Welcome to the second Cabal Lore Iceberg stream. Where we're not just doing the iceberg, we are recompiling all of Cabal lore that we know of, or that we've registered, into a big, long file, which can be used in computer programs and organized in however way you want. And joining me today to assist with compiling the lore are two people who know almost as much about Cabal lore as anyone. That's a lie. Di and March, welcome to the show, you two.
And
hello. Di remembers none of it because memory, and I remember none of it because I wasn't here. The perfect group of people to do this with.
Absolutely.
Indeed,
oh, no.
Indeed.
Daka thought he may have a bunch of files relevant to Cabal lore on his old MacBook, but a Mac PC, but apparently they're broken.
Oh, that's so sad.
That's a shame.
Sag. You got hopes up.
Yeah. Oh well. So, we're continuing today with the same format we were before. We're doing a Cabal lore stream because that's what was requested by chat. It wasn't the majority, but it was almost the majority, and I didn't feel like doing politics and memes today. So, the format... Well, I'll go into that in a second. Firstly, today will be a mini stream. We're starting a bit late as well, meaning that it's 2 hours minimum by default, 3 hours minimum if people give £50 or more. If people give £25 or more, then you will be able to get the boomer cam for the entire stream. Until we hit £25 total, there will be no boomer cam. You're saying F, is that for my stream or is that just for the MacBook? Right, so... The format, the lore, the lore is fine. Memory challenge hosts make guesses, yeah, indeed. Having sages go over the deep lore, well, close enough. So, this is, just hide the previous thing, this is the Cabal lore iceberg. I'll reintroduce the concept. So, this was made by Conway a few years ago, a former member of Cabal, and this is made in 2020, and there's already so much here. And he was only in Cabal since... in the beginning of 2020, and this was made in, I think, late 2020. So just in that time, from stuff that had happened while he was there and stuff he'd been told about that happened before, he made all this. But this is still not complete for the lore of our community.
It'll never be complete.
Indeed. I made a document here, iceberg.yml, which contains headers for all the main events. Now, I did remove a few from Conway's iceberg for multiple different reasons, but nothing was removed that isn't useful or worth keeping on there. I didn't censor anything. I just removed things for formatting and basic category reasons. But all the important lore items that I could remember, or that were on the list, are here. And then there's a lot down here that are new things that I've noted down that we haven't added yet. And I'm sure there's way more things as well that we can crowdsource and add together. So the idea is we're taking this file, which is formatted with categories that are from the iceberg, and converting it into a new Cabal lore file where each Cabal lore header is its own thing. I'll get rid of the example one, actually. Is its own thing and has its own set of properties. And this is in a file of YML format, which means that it can be easily read by computer programs and converted into whatever file format we want, or whatever other format we want. Thank you, Ghost of Joseph Stalin, for the contribution. That is sufficient for this. So,
Yay!
The project of today, essentially, is to take each of the items from the iceberg.yml, in fact, the iceberg to-do.yml, where I've been deleting the ones we've already included. Take each of the ones from here, each of the interesting items, explain them, go over them, discuss them together, both to integrate new members of Cabal and also to reminisce with older members of Cabal. And then once we have a brief description figured out, we add them to the Cabal lore.yml list. And then once this is probably quite a few streams from now complete, I'll publish it and people can use it to make whatever Cabal lore stuff they want. And people could also add to it. I was thinking, actually, I could publish it on GitHub, which allows for people to propose additions to it and to download it in its current form and to download it in any whatever new later form it has. It's a service designed for programming to keep multiple versions of the same thing up to date and allow people to collaborate. I think that would work fine for this as well. So I'll probably do something like that. So last time I explained the Penis Town lore item. I don't know if you guys were there, Di and March, if you were there for that. But I didn't actually write the summary. You were there for that way. So let's focus on starting strong with story rather than starting strong with me writing stuff, and go to one of these other items. The Cock Village happening, sure. So, firstly though, Ghost of Joseph Stalin says, I came back from heaven for the goodest boy. Bring on, Boomer. Jack is a kitten. Oh dear.
Ew.
You indeed. You pulled the
You know
properties.
what? I'll take anyone else being supported for kitten.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You pulled the properties of the Behemoth image, August 20th, 2020. Okay, so we already added it. So Behemoth. We got the year right. Month, what's August? Is that the date, isn't it?
8th.
And then day is 20th. Thank you, Daka. That is in. That is confirmed. Bear in mind with the Cabal House competition that Amuleth is a long way behind. But Almost is currently decaying. You never know what could happen, chat. It could even be Cauldron tomorrow. Anyway, if anyone has 1.6 grand to spare, it could be Cauldron tomorrow. So let's go on to the next thing. As I say, I'll add the summary for Penis Town later because we didn't do that in the last stream, and I want to focus on something interesting now. So, would either of the two of you like to pick another lore item from this list, and we'll add it to the other list with a brief explanation? So this is right at the beginning here of the iceberg.
Okay, let's see what's
So,
there.
Yeah, go and pick something.
I'm curious. as to
Beware
what
the
all
federal
Crusades Are
agents
Just
in
means.
Cabal. Oh, go on. Yeah, that one. That's a good one, too.
So what are you thinking? I'm just setting up some background music, chat.
I see. He just. Go on, Munch. Give him your one.
I was curious as to what All Crusades Are Just was.
Well, chat. All Crusades are just. Do you remember this one, chat? I think a lot of us do. So, Wiggis is given a very significant amount for Kitty Cat Jack and Orbos, apparently. So, Jack is currently still quite a long way behind the others.
Hey!
Oh, God.
What?
Just responding to Munch.
Jack is only about 45 pounds behind 8-Bit to regain his kittenhood. So 45 pounds and Jack would become the new kitten if someone contributes and uses the name Jack in their contribution. So now we will get on to All Crusades Are Just. One sec. Okay, good. So, do you remember, March, were you there for hashtag Free Wendy yesterday, or have you seen it?
I was.
So, that same D&D campaign, I obviously had to make a new character, and that character was called Bastard, who's also on this list. And I think it was because of Bastard, but it might have been just a general comment I made, where I was in a call with Sargon, and someone had mentioned something about Crusades. And I just said, look, all Crusades are just. And for some reason, Sargon loved that. He thought it was very funny. And so that became a meme, and that became sort of the description of the personality of Bastard for quite a long time. There wasn't much more to it than that, really, but I do actually literally sell... Hold on. merch.oozaloo.net, subtle plug. I do literally sell...
God, he's turned it into shelling.
Yes.
He always does.
Actually, I don't usually with merch. It's been ages since I've looked on here. Yeah,
To
I
be
do
fair,
actually...
yeah, not in the merch.
I do sell All Crusades Are Just t-shirts.
Ooh.
There you go. These exist and are available.
I recommend getting the mug, though.
That's also viable, yeah. If we have a look through here, should be a mug here somewhere. There's all kinds of stuff on this merch shop. There we go. Contrasting mug. Oh, it's got like 2 colors. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, you could get All Crusades Are Just on your Cabal brand mug. There's also a lot of other designs. So yeah, this is a little logo I made. And we also later used the All Crusades Are Just idea for Wizards in Space B-Team.
The Spartacus just said, I'm going to wear Cabal merch the next drag queen show I protest.
Fair enough. I can think of worse things for you to take it to. So, that is really all there is to All Crusades Adjust. It's just a fun expression that Sargon found entertaining and a few other people did too, apparently, which I've used occasionally since. But it's fairly well known. We'll put that there. Depth's only about 2. Description. Yeah, probably I said it in 2017, but it might have been 2018. I don't know. I could probably go onto Spreadshirt and see when I added the design, but that would have been after I originally said it.
Yeah, but it would be close enough to the time frame for you.
So, we could just adjust. So what's this? What's kind of summary should we write for that? Expression of fact.
I don't think I talk more.
What?
Between the two of us, me and you, I don't think I talk more. I think you talk.
No, it's my stream.
No.
Expression of fact made by Uzulu on with Sargon in a public call. Later, or related to the D&D Invaders campaign. Later used as the basis for a Wizards in Space campaign, or later used in the title of. Yeah, Sport, there's everything on that site. I added the designs, and then you can put the design with any object. So I've hidden the. No, I haven't. I just minimized it. My mistake.
God, the more feds are going to be watching us now. God damn it. We already have like 17
cool, more
watching
viewers.
The place.
Anyway.
It all comes back to fucking shekels in the end.
If you would like to give me more shekels, we could extend the duration of the show by an hour, from 2 hours to 3 hours, if we get another £25. That's all it would take. Thank you, Daka. I don't know who the guy in the middle is, but the guy on the left there, that was your boyfriend at the time, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, the one in the shadows? The one in the shadows?
The one above and to the left of you, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Yes, thank you for doing the face reveal of me there, Daka.
We met in the fucking dead of night. Like fucking
and
trolls.
Whose fault was that?
Yours.
How dare you? How was it my fault?
I mean, well, we couldn't meet up at your place. There was other issues there, and then it was like our sleep were fucked. So I also had to meet family on that day. So
it was your fault.
No, I did try to meet earlier, but you're like, not right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Again, I think there was stuff going on at your place at the time.
Yeah, there might have been.
Oh.
Yeah, Sport, I have met with Di once, but only briefly, and it was in that picture. I also, Moch, did we meet at some point? We may have done. Anyway, so, guys, next lore item. What do you reckon?
Sorry, say that. I was reading.
Pick another lore item.
Oh, okay. I mean, Uzu's gonna lure. It kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Fat Wes. That's funny, but self-explanatory in a way. A wizard is never late. Fucking lie. Why is that even here?
Di, have you not seen Lord of the Rings?
Oh, we did watch Lord of the Rings.
Chat, press S to spit on the non-Lord of the Rings fan.
Oh, we watched Lord of the Rings.
I know. I'd like everyone to congratulate Moch on winning a battle to the death in the last few seconds.
Cabal is an Among Us server. That's funny.
Chat, press 1 if you know who the imposter is in Cabal.
Legends say that femoids get rolls faster. My God, how that has changed. How that has changed.
How did it change, Di?
I don't know, man. I think people just, started wising up.
Really?
Yeah, totally. It's not even me that does it most of the time, by the way. Like, you know, there are quite a few people.
That's true.
There are several people working to keep women out the server. All of them are women.
They
Honestly,
know where it's at, man.
I would like to have some way, Daka, that we can host these images on like an Imgur or something. Oh wow. Classic has just dumped a shed load of coins into Amuleth. That's the equivalent of £500.
Oh, wait.
Fucking Christ.
Who did?
Classic.
Classic. All right, I'm gonna. Anyone that does that for my team gets a good boy. So hold on.
Dai, I think you're gonna have to promise him a bit more than a good boy for £500. That was the original price of the orgasm noise.
That is true.
What are you willing to do for him?
You're already in Amuleth. What do you mean for your team?
Well, yeah, it's my. You know, I'm the mascot. I petted him.
The cartoon mascot. Typical woman. Guy gives you £500, you pet him.
That seems like a nice transaction to me.
Are you satisfied, Classic? The 500 for Orbos. I mean, this now 200 quid ahead, so I think that's quite a convincing lead. I'm going to give you your.
Spyro is finally 1k behind third. Yay!
All right, Dai. For Amuleth, what emoji icon do you want?
I mean, fuck. The chat emoji. That was the default one we used before.
That's the one you guys always choose. Do you want the original cartoon Chad, or do you want the more recent, like bearded Chad?
Show me the. Can you show me?
No, I'm. Yes, I can show you by
Grey
applying
or yellow,
it.
Dai. Grey or yellow.
I've applied the second one.
Okay.
Oh, not even the grey one.
Yeah. So there's what's the other? It's under Chad too. So which of those two, Dai?
Oh, the second one.
Okay.
The one that you picked.
That's the one you've got. Which is convenient for me because there's another role that gives the first one already, and that would be a bit confusing. Daka, I definitely should set up some sort of Imgur account so I can upload these and then put a link to them in the Cabal lore YML, and then we can have these images as references to each lore item consistently. So hold on to them as you have them, and we'll try and do that at some point. We'll try and get them all uploaded. Thanks everyone for the Uzicon contributions.
Indeed, thank you very much.
Don't worry, Jackie, that won't be a problem. Unless Dai decides to allow a transgender person through
Absolutely
the
not.
enrollment system.
Absolutely not.
So the whole
Sorry.
thing about legends say that Felmways get the rolls faster. That has like it's been moderated, arguably either up or down. I'm not sure exactly by the enrollment system. Where yes, quite a lot of people have been able to stop it, but I think just
The
ascending
enrollment system has calmed it down quite a bit, I think.
ascending the rolls in general has been slowed down by that. But yeah, I have demonstrated in the past a tendency to give people who are less usual in Cabal, not just women, but women included, more prominence so that they're more likely to stay around and keep the place a bit more like vibrant, a bit more varied. But not to a
This is
significant
my
degree.
privilege.
Well, you're a bit different, Dai. I already knew you from years ago.
No, but yeah, this is what I'm saying. When we met back then, is what I'm saying.
Mm. Well, the thing is, Yellow, when it comes to personality, like when we're filtering for personality rather than any kind of like productive merit, just having a different kind of personality is itself a merit. So it's actually kind of useful. So promoting for that reason is something I have tended to do in the past. Not so much with women, actually, but a little bit with women. Just so that Cabal has more different kinds of things in it. As long as they're all worthwhile things, see. But the whole legends say, so on the original meme, on Conway's meme, I think it would just have been this part. Women get rolls faster. But I'm reluctant to put in the Cabal lore a statement that isn't true. That just is just straight up not true. Like, I'm happy to put in some things that are obviously fantasy, but things like that which are, they imply that they're policies which they of course aren't. So
Just put like fucking speech marks around every word in that sentence.
yeah, I suppose so.
Females get roles faster.
So I was thinking of having
I think it's
some
become
sort
the
of
opposite now, to be honest.
some sort of property on this. So we'll do as the name. We'll do femoids get roles. I don't mind having the actual key be that really, but the title could put apocryphal true. And then the thing is that whatever program uses these is going to have to use the apocryphal tag. So the idea there will be apocryphal is that is there anything where it's a claim that just isn't true? Or at least it's not strictly true.
Or it's changed.
Sure. But mostly it's just things that are not strictly true. But
Well, I
that
also
seem
think
to
it was
claim
just a
they are.
different back then. It was different in general with roles and people. So
Maybe there's something I can put into the title to signify that it's not true as well. Or actually, yeah, just fucking put there you go. This. Just a question mark.
just put a question mark.
If anyone, so okay, what I want to do is that if anyone writes a computer program that consumes this data, I want them to not have to remember to use the apocryphal tag in whatever they output this as, in order for people to know that it's not true. So a question mark on the end kind of helps, but that's also something they can very easily filter out. If they are going to use the apocryphal tag, they can just get rid of the question mark on the end of the title. That works too. All right, that's good enough. So, do I think probably 3 is okay for that? Because depth, I guess, yeah, because depth isn't just secrecy, it's also, like, assuming that Cabal is some sort of, like, fantasy universe, what would be, I guess just deeper lore is the best way I can put it, so it makes sense. Description, and then, yeah, there isn't really a particular year for this one, it wasn't an event.
Yeah, it was more. To be fair, it was more of a thing I think back in the day than it is now.
So I think there are different categories of lore. There are some things which are actual events. There are some things which are states of being, including having people in the server, like Eliza. There are some things which are, again, like those, but also apocryphal, so things that aren't true. And there are some things which are, they don't even have a time frame, and they're apocryphal states, which this one is. So this is all of them together, pretty much, at the same time. So the obvious solution is don't give it a year. Which means that the year tag has to be optional, which is okay. So some of these are going to be timeless things. That's okay. I'm just trying to think of the best way to organize this, because it's better to figure out these conceptual categories early rather than have to change it later. This is probably fine, just not having a year in there, but I may decide to change that later. Either way, it was once posed that Uzulu deliberately gave roles to female members faster than male members. While Uzulu has occasionally given roles to people with more extraordinary personalities, differing from the norm of Cabal, this was not specifically focused on females. That's good enough. Alright, that's good enough. I'll get rid of that one. Okay, I'm happy with that layout. Do we have Moo here, by the way? No, I want to do Weep Stream with him at some point. There goes
Weep
Cow.
stream.
Keep stream. We'll see if he arrives for that. Otherwise, would you two like to choose the next one to look at?
Do you wanna give it a go, Much?
I picked All Crusades Adjust, but I don't mind. The Refugees.
Ah, yes.
Oh
The
god.
refugees.
Refugees, if you will.
Yes. Yes, the Port V refugees. So, we have had throughout Cabal. So I think this one, honestly, this one
So
could just
many
be
refugees.
Yeah, this one could just be refugees in general. Because I don't even remember the individual circumstances now. There've been dozens of different waves.
Technically, I was a refugee as well.
True. Title.
So was I.
Yeah. Refugees. Depth fucking 1, because most of you fucking are refugees. The people who weren't refugees are people who found me through the YouTube channel. But people who were refugees are people that joined when another community either disintegrated or shrunk. Devs community being included, which is where you came from, Much, and DP community being included, which is where you came from, Die.
To be fair, we met there and we hung out there quite a bit, but then, yeah, I did move over.
So, many Cabal members arrived during shrinkages or collapses of other communities. We have often referred to members as refugees. For example, P refugee, E refugee, or SFO refugee, which is not something we've ever had a role for, but technically that's what many of you are. This one also does not have a year. This is just a general item of Cabal lore. There are
What
probably
was the Vosh ones though? Because they were like really bad, weren't they?
Vosh? I don't think you mean Vosh. I think you mean V.
V, sorry.
Some of them were thought of as bad. I don't know if they really were. Well, didn't find anything. Got invited by a friend. Yeah, that is the case sometimes. Sport. There's different ways people find their way here. Yeah, indeed, Matthias. That is fine. Doesn't need a year because that's general. But for specific examples of refugee crises where people have found their way here from specific communities, we could add separate headers. But I don't remember what happened with V's server specifically that led people here. The V-fugee thing, I think there were quite a few of them. I don't think it was that time that we raided his server briefly.
I
think it
remember
was something else.
I remember specifically with that one was that like a lot of people were complaining about them because they were just insufferable.
Mm.
Because they'd come from his play, and you know, doing things like shitting up channels or like mischanneling and just being all the like a nuisance in general. I think it was.
I think there were many things said, yeah.
Yeah, which often happens with
yeah, Arbla, I think it was when V, like, he banned the N-word or something, or he shut down his server or something. Yes, no, he got a message from Discord saying, you got to be careful, you got to change policies on your server, and I think he just shut it down. Yeah, that was it, Yellow. All right, in that case, refugees specifically. Oops. These. Depth 3, because I'd forgotten it. Description. So, a fellow politics content creator. Or should I put
Liberland
influencer?
found you to the question of Africa's future meme analysts with Uzulu. That's a funny one. The fact you found him through that one.
What was this one?
He posted the link to the video.
I'm having a look at it now. 6 minutes. A year ago. What's next? Oh yeah, good news, by the way. Africa has invented wheels. This water roller invention is sparing women living in Kenya's rural areas from lifting heavy water barrels over long distances. Yes, they have literally invented the woman-drawn water wheel. Well, not even water wheel, because that makes it sound like a big, like, mill wheel. But no, like, water roller, as they said. They have invented the wheel. Now, I think this is a bit older, this post. It's September 2019. But it came up recently. And I think I was just going to say, like... Again, we come back to the issue of, in the future, in humanity's future, next few hundred years, at the most, I expect, we have to make a decision between 3 different choices. 3 different choices. I am not advocating for any of these choices, because some of them are a bit gruesome. I'm not advocating for any of them, but I recognize that they are among the options that are possible. Option 1, babysitting. Any civilization that is less advanced and will not keep up with the rest of the world will have to be babysat for the rest of time. Because people won't be satisfied with them being destitute and suffering. They will have to be babysat. They will have to just become totally dependent. And still probably useless in practical terms, but extant regardless. Option 2, upgrade. Either biologically or maybe in the future non-biologically, they have to become subject of upgrading. They have to become subject of outbreeding, of simply over time in a very natural way replacing with a group that is more effective. And again, I repeat, I'm not advocating for any of these strategies, and this bears a lot of resemblance to what some of the elites in the world are accused of doing, trying to remove whites. Now, that's a bit of a harsher prospect because whites are historically much more practically effective than other races.
Yeah, that's why they're breeding them with them.
So I don't like the tactic, but I recognize that it is one of the available options, and maybe preferable to option 3, deletion, which of course I don't think is a nice idea in the slightest. It might be something that our civilization does at some point, but one of the 3, or a mixture of the 3, is going to have to happen. I don't like the fact that it will, but it is going to have to happen, and not just for Africans, but for others as well. And I suspect it is about as simple as, we tried for ages to get them to just innovate in simple ways so that they wouldn't have to, like, literally carry water on their heads. Just, like, build a cart. But, if we told them to build a cart, they wouldn't know how to do it, or they wouldn't understand. They wouldn't be able to sort of build their way up gradually to the point of understanding how and why they were building the cart. So it would only happen once. It's like giving a man a fish. You give them the knowledge of how to build a cart and why to build a cart. It's almost as bad as giving them the cart in terms of their level of dependence and etc. So, Yellow, I don't know how this happened. I literally clicked to start streaming to the Cabal community channel on OBS. It told me it had started, but I just looked and it's 0 bits sent. So, yeah, that has not appeared on YouTube yet. I'm going to have to upload this recording to YouTube later, which I don't like the idea that the only copy I have of this is the local recording. No, not a Boomer Moment Limousine. I clicked the button, the plugin failed. And rather annoyingly now, it's stuck on stopping because for some reason, some software is designed with the expectation that you will instantly get a response to any network request, and there's no timeout on it, not even a 30-second timeout. I could deal with 30 seconds, should be more like 5 seconds. Instead, it's going to hang there forever until I restart OBS, waiting for YouTube to respond that I tried to stop the stream, when YouTube doesn't even know there was a stream to begin with. Stupid software. So I don't think I'm going to be able to send it to YouTube today. I'm going to have to re-upload this to YouTube later. Sorry about that, everyone.
Everyone here gets a special show just for them.
Yeah, well, It'll take a while to get the VOD. There will be a VOD on YouTube, though, eventually. So yeah, this video that we were just playing apparently is how some people found Cabal. Arbla uploaded this and put a link. Thank you for that, Arbla. Appreciate it.
I think the strategy they're using is that, like, oh, if we breed white people with the niggers, then maybe they might come out like, you know, normal. Something
like that. And notice that the groups that they try to import into Western European nations are almost entirely the groups that have proved to be most amicable to totalitarian dictatorships throughout history, Middle Easterners.
Interesting that.
Yeah, Field Wizard, that is, hold on. This is pretty much the idea, yeah. So what we've been doing so far in terms of
Delete.
other civilizations is babysitting. Is without the first world civilizations, the third world civilization would still, some of them would still be Stone Age, some of them would still be essentially medieval or whatever else. They only gain wealth by selling their natural resources and their people's labor. That's the only thing that they are actually able to sell, not innovation or organization or other things that the West can do particularly well. So babysitting has been the strategy so far. There's arguably the current Great Reset, big conspiracy theory thing is some sort of form of upgrade, but really it's downgrade in practice. So it's a really bad choice. It's an attempt to avoid this option of these three options by inventing a fourth one, which is somehow worse than all three of the other ones. So that's kind of stupid. Upgrade exists as an option, but we haven't really tried that yet. And obviously delete. There have been people in history that have tried delete of lesser civilizations in the world, but not again. I don't like any of these answers. Well, they're all bad. They're all bad.
Delete never works because they don't actually do it correctly.
You could make that argument, but
it's the worst one, obviously. You only go for that when there's no other option, and nobody wants to use that option.
So all of these options are bad. But I recognize that short of some really weird solution or a combined solution, these are the only options.
We can't ignore them because they're literally coming into the country.
Well, no,
that's the problem.
You could ignore them, but then you've got vast swaths of land on Earth that are not being used for anything except continuing to house Stone Age people for centuries.
No, but you'd have to actually have decent border control for that, which nobody has or cares to have anymore.
We're talking about in principle. We're not talking about with today's politicians.
No, I know, but I'm saying if we in the future though, if we were we're just going to ignore this type of people, what we'd quarantine them to Africa and just never go near them. Is that what would it be? The ignore option?
You could go with that. It's a really poor use of space though. And I think what China are currently trying to do is to take advantage of that slave labor themselves, which is, you could argue, a sort of either upgrade or babysitting. So it is still technically a resource, that labor, the African labor. And so if the West doesn't exploit it, someone else will, particularly someone else that the West buys natural resources from and so enriches them by comparison.
Yeah, well, to be fair, they have the Chinese do it and then buy from the Chinese so they can look all pristine and nice and oh my God, guys, we're not actually benefiting from slave labor. Don't worry about the cobalt and everything. Don't worry where that comes from.
Yes. So I'm going to concentrate on the law.
Indeed.
We'll go back to the this. So yeah, V Refugees. V, a fellow politics content creator, was warned by Discord that his server may be deleted, but censored for spiciness. So instead of preparing to create a use, or I'll not proselytize. So he decided to delete his server instead. Refugees of this cataclysm. What's the word? Something to the four winds. It's the expression. Were scattered. Thank you. Scattered many communities, including Cabal. There you go. Thank you, Wilson. That's the V refugee story. So that is now done from this, and the idea of deporting them as well. Should we put that on there? As a separate thing. Is it different enough? We'll put refugee deportation. many of the Cabal members from other communities have caused friction in their integration, which has led some existing Cabal members to call for their deportation. There you go. Refugee deportation. Many of the Cabal members from other communities, refugees, have caused friction in their integration, which has led to some existing Cabal members to call for their deportation. That's fine. All right. I think I will put that at 3 as well. And maybe that at 4. Okay. That's done. Shall I, I'll scroll to a new place on the list and you guys can pick something new. There you go.
Okay. Let's see.
Chat, you're welcome to try and pick something as well. If you like, feel free to suggest something that you want us to cover. We may have a look at it. Bible time with Winnie, we could do. I never knew much about it. That's something that Conway put on here, I think probably because he knew about it. But I don't mind talking briefly about it, but I don't know much about it. Yeah, Atrodoc, have you seen 3 of 12 in the server? Their name is a reference to their height. Sport says, just out of curiosity, am I somewhere on this list? No, Sport, the list here with the blue and red names is the list that Conway made in 2020. The list down here with the grey names, this is new stuff I haven't added yet. And as you can see, you are on the list to be added somewhere. So you'll be in there at some point. So we were about here.
What's a 6k.mp4?
I can tell you about that. Where is that? There it is. Okay, let me go and grab the historical record. This is quite deep lore. See if YouTube can unarchive it.
Hey, well, that's significantly different than every other number. Definitely worth celebrating. Nothing arbitrary about this whatsoever. But wait, I haven't even hit 6k yet. What manner of trickery be afoot here? Well, look, 6k is a pointless and arbitrary number. But do you know what isn't arbitrary? 5,987. Allow me to illustrate this. My channel will overtake yours, and I won't need a sugar daddy to do it. Sure. Oh dear.
Wow, you're so petty.
And nothing has changed in the 6 years since that video came out.
And that's 6k.mp4. Who remembers who Skullduggery was?
I remember the name, but I have no idea of anything he is.
Classic, because this was me in 2016. Maybe 17. Early 17.
Different times, man.
Yeah. This was literally almost 7 years ago. Small YouTuber drama. It was. He was, if you remember, the thing that originally got me onto YouTube was some drama with a creator called AIU, for a bunch of doxing he was doing around the time. And Skullduggery was his sort of right-hand man, if you like.
That's why I remember it.
Yeah.
That's why I remember it.
He my first edited video was called The Oozaloo Show, specifically because he said there will never be an Oozaloo Show. Well, I'm now living on The Oozaloo Show, so... But actually, Skullduggery, a few years ago, we resolved our differences, I suppose. It's probably about 3 or 4 years ago. So I don't have any ill will towards him now. But AIU we still never resolved anything, should we put it that way?
Is he still around, even?
I have not seen him in years.
I wonder what happened
show
to that
prevails,
thing.
indeed. All right, so this is 6k.mp4. I will add this to the lore. How would you guys write it? Because I'm sure that you would like to take this opportunity to whine about my ego and about my pettiness, as you literally already did. Seems like the kind of thing you guys would enjoy doing.
AIU is on a site where you literally have to pay to watch his videos now. Damn.
That's not surprising. That's sort of understandable, to be honest. Like, I'm not saying that's a good idea. I take a very different approach, but I'm not saying that's invalid either. 6k.mp4. After a long rivalry with a larger YouTuber, early in Lose. I would say YouTuber career, but early in Uzlu's time as a YouTuber. Okay, I'll write this better. Early into.
Call yourself an influencer, Yellow says.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Early into Uzlu's YouTube channel, the sidekick of an old rival, let's put it that way, claimed that Uzlu would never overtake his popularity. When Uzlu did overtake his popularity, uploaded a not at all smug video celebrating not gloating this milestone. The number was about 6k, so that was the name of the video. There we go. So not smug at all then. That we agree.
Good night, sport.
Oh no, it's going to Betty Bice.
Indeed. Matthias asks, is the deepest lore where Uzlu's name came from?
That would be probably the oldest item on this list. That would have been. Let's see if I can remember this. When would be a good reference point for that? 2009?
Damn, that far back?
Yeah, pretty much.
How old were you then?
I don't know. Can't remember. Like 16, I think.
Okay.
It's that's not quite right, but it's something like that.
Somewhere
Anyway, yeah,
around there.
a long time ago. Maybe I'll tell you the guys that at some point. There's a really long, complex, and detailed story to explain all that. My goodness.
I mean, that's what the stream's for, though, right?
Yeah, it's not actually that long, complex, or detailed. But people might be interested anyway. So that is 6k on the P4.
I can't remember if you've told me where the origin of your name was.
I may have done.
We have.
I don't mind doing it again sometime. So, what's next, chat? What is the next thing?
Chat, do you want to pick one? Pick one, chat.
I could scroll to some of the grey ones as well. So if I go down here, do you want to hear about any of these?
Cabal Seasons?
Do you remember that?
No, I don't think so.
That's older than almost everyone in the server today. The Cabal Seasons was an idea proposed by Eliza, which described eras of Cabal from its silver age in 2017-ish. Now, I don't remember at this point at all where the bounds of each season was. which is a shame because I
could
be
now
useful to
you're saying
categorize.
it is coming back to me now. I vaguely remember the season talk with Eliza now that
Yeah.
you're
There were
talking
3
about it.
seasons of Cabal before the slump in 2018 and 2019.
It was season
And-
1, season 2, and then we were talking about going into towards season 3. I can't remember what the climax, as you said, were for each season.
Not
I
sure.
think they were the meetups. I think maybe they were the
Maybe.
meetups.
Maybe. I don't
Maybe.
remember. We could add that as an item, but I think I'd rather add things for now that I know better.
Yeah, because I think it was. I remember vaguely being after the first meetup, being like, "Oh, that's season 1 of Cabal, and we're into season 2 now." I can't remember why I remember
Yeah,
that.
I can't remember either. Field Wizard wants the 55th one. He says 55th new one. Let's see what's on line 55, though. Transatlantic Cabal meetup. We already discussed that before. This was just an idea to have a meetup of people from the UK and from the US. I don't know where we'd have it. Not in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Not
but
in a field, that's for sure.
Not in a field, probably, but somewhere. It's an idea that hasn't yet happened, but I'm not against it happening. I'm not the one to organize it, but I would be happy to help. Matthias's 3rd community server. This is the 3rd Oozlu community Discord server. Did you know that, though?
Sorry, say that again?
This is the 3rd Oozlu community Discord server.
Is it the 3rd? I thought it was only once or twice. I can't remember now. I thought it was only 2 times it got removed.
When I explain each of these items, their depth decreases because I've explained it.
But sure.
No, Ducksmith, specifically Discord.
There's been many places
Field Wizard,
where he's...
There will be. Like, my policy on getting censored, different from V's, is that if Discord tells me we're going to delete your server soon, then I make a new server. Or if my server gets deleted, I make a new one. I just want to make this very clear, because this is a bugbear of mine, something that bothers me. When people who are ostensibly pro-free speech, there are 2 choices before them. Choice 1 is run a server that is as free speech as you can within the oppressive, censorious rules of the platform that you're running on, and don't get the server deleted. Work really hard to censor your people in favor of the radical left's policies so that you can keep the server up. So betray your principles. Option 1. That's what Sargon and plenty of others did as well. Option 2. Be ready to make a new server every once in a year. So that's it. That's all you have to fucking do to not betray your principles.
Mm-hmm. I remember when you made this one, you're like, you didn't expect it to last even a few weeks. And yet. It
fucking pisses me off that there are people who claim to be pro-free speech, and yet they can't be asked to do, like, once a year, a few hours of work to make a new server once the previous one gets taken down. It's fucking unreal how much worse everyone else is at running communities than me. I mean, how much they betray their own principles just for a little bit of convenience. But there's more work involved in censoring people than in remaking the server every year. The only thing I will say on that is that I have a smaller community than, say, Sargon does. He'd be a bigger target. He'd get censored more often. But he can have someone make new servers for him. He doesn't have to worry about doing it himself. He's got plenty of people that will do it for him. In my case, it would almost certainly be me doing it. The problem with using the template system, Atronach, is I'm pretty sure they added that in order to track people making the same server twice. In order to track people who are on a new account remaking the previous server. The part of the reason they did it is for that. So I don't use the template system. I just recreate it from scratch. I even changed the name for the first few months. This server originally was called the Golden Age Outpost or something like that, just to differentiate it from Cabal. Because I know that they'd be looking out for ban evasion. But after a few months, I changed it to Cabal because it doesn't really matter at that point. We still called it Cabal. So yeah, that's not related to the third Uzlu community Discord server, but there will be a third Cabal if this one ever gets taken down. Be prepared for that, chat. But what was the... So, okay. This Cabal is the second Cabal Discord server. Original Cabal community, obviously, with different people over the years, but it's still Cabal, but it's second Cabal Discord server. There was an original Cabal Discord server, which sadly was lost, with a lot of other like lore and nice stuff. What was the third Uzlu community Discord server? And this is not just something I made as a little test. Like, I've got some like test development servers, but one I actually invited people to.
Isn't that the one where the one that you made at the same time you made this one for the backup?
Not for the backup, no.
But it's the one I'm thinking of, right?
I don't know.
Hold on. I'm literally...
The thing is that this lore item also links directly to where Cabal got its name.
Let me see. Because you have a Gildion.
No, not Discord account,
Oh.
Discord server.
No, this... Hold on.
I'll give you a clue, chat.
Crazy.
Okay, here's the clue.
This is the...
Year 2016. So, if Dai doesn't remember, no one else is going to, I don't think. Unless maybe Daka does. But I think, honestly, I think both of you joined after this happened. The origin of Cabal's name and the explanation of the third Uzlu community Discord server is that when we were first transitioning away from Skype, back in the day, onto Discord, I had the idea of, well, wouldn't it be good if there was there will probably be a Discord server for the sort of skeptics, the broad term of the skeptic YouTubers to congregate in.
Skeptics, I forgot.
Yeah, I know. Name. There probably will be a server for them to congregate in because there were Skype calls or Skype chats where they congregated already. So I figured I'll make the Discord server that they'll do that in, and I'll also make one for my community called Cult of Uzlu. That was the first ever Uzlu community Discord server.
Cult of Uzlu. I remember that now that you've said it.
And then I made the Skeptic Cabal Discord server, which I just called Cabal. And so in the end, the Cabal server ended up being the active one, and the Cult of Uzlu was defunct and wasn't used. It was on my first ever Discord account, which was deleted along with the first ever Cabal server. And so both of them are gone now.
Sad.
Yeah.
So much memories, so much things lost to time.
Yep. So
they just keep posting the Wizards in Space memes.
Here's the question though, for this one, for the one that's titled "This is the third Uzlu community Discord server." Do we call it that, i.e., the thing that creates intrigue towards the topic, or do we call it Cult of Uzlu for the actual answer to the question? Do we be clear, or do we try and lead people to something more interesting? I guess maybe that's a call for another property, isn't it?
I think you should put down Cult of Uzlu because that's like the old, like almost a nudge to what it used to be, the old name.
I'm going to do it like this. So. And then I'm going to think of another name for title, something like title mystery, where if you want to maintain the mystery of the thing, you can use that instead. I did say that we can add properties to these as long as they're general, so we could use that on something else. We could use it on many of the things that are already in here, but that'll do for now. So, When the first Cabal Discord server was created, it was alongside another Discord server intended for Uzulu's audience. Original Cabal was intended for fellow creators, but ended up being more active. The
Oh yeah.
server intended for Uzulu's audience, the Cult of Uzulu, was technically the first Uzulu community Discord server. Yeah.
Oh my god, they found a T meme.
Oh no. Actually named as a gathering place for members of the so-called Skeptic Cabal, it ended up becoming active among general users, and the name remained the same. Those are done. That is quite deep lore. I put it down at 7 there. I'm looking forward to getting some of the other Apocrypha, to be honest. Some of the things that Conway added is fun, and I want to invent new Apocrypha as well. Meaning, like, things that are not true, but are fun and Cabal-related bits of information. We can make some new stuff up, Chad. Okay, so they are done. So this is the third Discord server is done. Anything else? What would you guys like to talk about from this list? If you like, I can just pick something.
You know, you even picked something yet.
I suppose not. We already talked about Cabal's contemporaries all collapsing. Babylon, Le Swamp, and Athens.
Yeah.
I could add that quickly. But again, because we already talked about it, maybe not. We could talk about James the Lamenter. Who remembers James the Lamenter?
Oh, I don't know why, but that name is very familiar.
Mm-hmm. Title James the Lamenter is the item, and then title mystery is James the Lamenter was secretly straight. Or that wouldn't even be a mystery thing, would it? We'll maybe title, because like, okay, title comedy or something. So if you want to achieve different things with the title. How about instead we just do titles and then have a list of them like that. So you can pick one of them. I do want them to be a bit more descriptive than that. It wouldn't just be random necessarily, would it? Because, okay, so if you're doing a lore iceberg, it's better to have James the Lamenter was secretly straight than just James the Lamenter. Because this document needs to be useful for not only a sober listing of all the Cabal lore, but also for making it into something entertaining. So I think for now, I'm just going to call it title comedy and put that there. Depth, or maybe not even that much, actually. Description, we'll do that in a sec. Yeah. So I don't know when he joined, actually. Maybe instead of James the Lamenter for this one, we put James the Lamenter's freak out. Because it's about when he left, not about when he joined. I guess it could be about him in general, though, couldn't it? Chat, do you remember when he left? I mean, there's loads of memes here. It looks like lots of you remember the story of James, yeah. Do you remember when he left? Yeah, he did love being called gay. Actually, hold on.
Cringe.
No, that's a joke, though.
I figured.
Okay. Chat. Wouldn't mind. Copy this message and send it like that. As long as it pings him like that. There we go. Do that. That is an alt account that he has in the server. I'm almost certain it's him, but he rarely uses it.
I mean, it's even has the same picture. It could be somebody memeing, but
Their post history indicates it is them. Daka says 2022. All right. I don't know when he joined. But he ended in 2022. Yeah, he probably joined 2020. Probably. When he logs onto his alt, he'll see all these. So, description. James Lamenter was an unremarkable member of Cabal until people started calling him gay. That was when began his villain arc, which eventually led to him being banned from the server. Some say still has an alt in Cabal and appreciates being told is a homosexual. See, chat, the lore document says he likes being called gay. So, call him gay. Don't forget to mention him being a cuck porn enjoyer. Was that true, Ravelon? The science is settled, says Wilson. Yes, indeed. Known shitstirrer in the VTuber channel, says Daka. Fair enough. He was posting it in Oozloads, was he? Interesting. I suspect he was posting it to try and troll Oozloads, to be honest. But never mind. All right, let's have a look at these videos that you have of him. 1 second.
I'm gay.
Oh. That's, that was worth it. And is this the same thing?
Please stop calling me gay. I touched Willie in high school once and it was just a little mistake. So please stop calling me gay.
damn, I miss back then, man. Georgie, fucking pink guy.
This one is a bit more effort. But yeah, basically, what was the thing with Scalus tits? That's where it started, I think. Prior to his outing and meltdown, he was known for never shutting the fuck up in voice channels. Yeah, he was a bit of a spurg. That much was definitely true. Oh, you got Silent's Law compilation. That's handy. We should put Silent in here somewhere, actually. That's a lot of details, yeah. Okay, well, in that case, if we've got the full lore file, let's just download that. I'll extract the text and we'll just fucking add it to the thing. No problem. Download the wrong window. Download that, and then that. This is the lore added by Silent. So if we do this, copy all that, go to Cabal lore. This will be quite large. It'll fill it up a lot, but we do Silent lore. There is a way in YAML of just doing like a big plain text section, but I can't remember what it is. So we're going to do this and then format it afterwards. That. And is that good enough? I think so. Yeah. So if you have the silent lore of any other users, we could add that here too as well. Some of these items, like the way that we decide what an item is, and like if there's only one event that corresponds to a person, do we use that event as the lore item? Or do we use that person as the lore item and mention that event like we've done here? Like that's the problem we're dealing with here. Don't know. Good question. But if we decide to make it the person specifically, then we can just consume all of Silence Law and integrate it into this. No problem. Which, that works fine. For those who don't know, Silent was a member of Cabal who used to document lore about other members. But he left with the Misfits drama.
Yeah, it was very weird his
was.
leaving. I still don't fully understand why. Like, he never gave any kind of explanation. And then the reasons he gave didn't make sense either. Like, it was just all kind of cringe.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there we go. We can do that with Silence Law. It will fill the file up a bit, but it makes the file much more useful. Some of these items probably aren't true, but I've labeled it as Silent Law, so how bad could it be? Okay, that's fine. Let's move on to the next thing. We'll get rid of that from the list. All right. What else should we look at? Who remembers TVUP? Chat, press 1 if you're still loyal to the TVUP.
TVUP?
I'm surprised
that
there's so
like
few people that
CHM?
remember it, actually. The TVUP, back when we were doing political parties in Cabal, which would have been probably 2022, maybe a bit earlier, was the Tomboy VTubers Union Party. And it was the most popular party. You saw quite a lot of people around the time with TVUP in their name.
With the name Tomboy VTubers Union Party, I'm not shocked 'cause that was popular in Cabal.
Christ.
It'd be good if we had... who was the person mostly running it? I can't remember. Title TVUP. I'll put the title... let's put... title long, or maybe do the other way around. Tomboys... There's... Union Party. Thea, okay, interesting. Okay. One sec, chat. There you go. Okay. Tomboy VTB YouTube Union Party. We need depth, description, and year. So, depth. Life is apparently a lot of you don't remember it. Description and... yeah, now, who remembers when we were doing the Cabal political parties? I think it was in this server, so we may actually be able to search for it and find it. Yeah, Daka, that's that's apparently a picture of me. Chat, can you confirm I look like this? This was one of Daka's face merges, I think. You okay there, Di?
Yeah, I just got something caught in my throat.
Yeah, that's me. So, meme supremacy party. That was another one. Thank you, Lighthouse. Die and watch on a scale of 1 to 10. How much do you appreciate Lighthouse's opinions of me?
I every time I see him comment, I make the effort not to read it.
I see.
Yeah.
He said,
I want
"Hail
this to become
Uzulu."
even more of a dictatorship purely so I can ban this man.
The Ebb Extermination Party, and then the Meme Confederacy, which I think it was Wes's party. So I guess what we should do is
Also,
expand
Wes won't
this.
do houses, but he'll do parties.
Yeah. Well, that was voluntary. Cabal political parties. I may still have spelled that wrong. Cabal political parties. And the person who turned off their political party in their username, because people used to have it in like square brackets in their username, the person that turned it off last was... well, see if you can guess, chat. Cabal political parties. Depth. these days, I'm surprised it's as much as this, but it seems to be.
This is a good picture.
Well,
Huh?
Daka, do you know what year it was? TVP was named at that point, which was right at the end of 2021. Thank you for finding that. I'll put that as the time. So 2021 month 12 day 29. It was literally a few days before the new year that it was named. Which means the political party started in 2021, almost certainly in the 12th month, but I won't put any more than that. See what this. That's the wrong fucking channel. Oh, right, I see. Okay, there we go. Yes, thank you, Daka. Which one? That one. Yeah, that's the one that looks just like me, Di.
Oh, no, it actually kind of does, though.
Oh. I thought when you had something stuck in your throat, that was you, like, saying, no, it fucking doesn't.
No. I actually just had something stuck in my throat.
Wait, you weren't lying?
No.
I see.
We have these little miscommunications every now and then.
Especially when I'm not listening to you.
No.
All right. Anyway, so, yes, Cabal political parties. What was the point of the political parties? I can't remember what it was exactly. But
it was kind of like what you're doing now with stuff, but it was.
But there was no TP system.
It was voting.
It was
People
voting.
voted.
It was. I can't remember what on though. Part of the was it? Maybe
they
it was
voted
for
a representative
stream topics.
Yeah, it was voting for a representative of their.
They did. They voted
politics.
on topics. Members of the server congregated into parties. Vote on stream topics. That's probably good enough as a description. Part of the Cabal political party's saga, the focused on influencing discussions towards convoys and others. Yeah.
God, how many fucking die memes are there? Jesus.
There were at least
10. Okay.
10, let's put at least 10 parties.
But there was like only 6 yesterday. I swear.
What can we say, Di? You're very popular.
I don't enjoy killing, but yeah, I remember this meme.
There was also a moderator vote. Yeah, Verdant ended up winning the vote. Was that one? That might have been earlier, actually.
There was voting for mods at one point as well, yeah.
Yeah. So, that's TVP and Cabal Political Party. There were, of course, other parties, which some of which we just showed the memes for. But the TVP were the most notable. The person who removed their party affiliation last out of everyone was Zane, who for some reason still had CMG, Cabal Meme Group, I guess, in his name until like 6 months ago. We could add a section here. Trivia. Last person to remove their party affiliation from their name was Zane, who had EMG at the start of his name until mid-2023. That'll do. Yes, Daka's political, his we'll do that now. Moderator campaigns. Moderator democratic campaigns. Then depth of this one less. I mention it quite often. When would that have been? When specifically was the moderator voting?
Like 1 or 2 years ago, wasn't it?
2020 is just like, really, was it earlier than the... Okay, so the first campaign must have been earlier than the Cabal political parties. But then I guess maybe I'd mentioned that there might be a second one, but never did it. You sure, Daka, that it was 2020? I feel like it was, actually. I think it was quite early in the new Golden Age. A vote was held for a new moderator, which Verdant was promoted to moderator. Let's put which Verdant Agent 1 being cursed with moderatorship. Oh, we read that. Becoming a moderator. Trivia.
Yeah, the election was around the time of the US election.
Irony of the fact
Apparently.
that Verdant Agent against democracy and yet was given power by a form of it has not escaped notice. There you go. Sorted. We could also put Daka ran on a platform of don't vote for me. All right. Daka says don't vote for me. Libertine says you have my vote. Okay, that's done. I don't think I even had the moderator democratic campaigns in this list, so I'm glad we remembered that. That's done. So, ladies, would you like to pick another thing? Are you still with us, Watch?
Much?
Yes, I'm here.
I've scrolled up a bit. Anything here that takes your interest?
What the fuck is pregnant trout?
Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. I never thought I'd hear about the pregnant trout again. Oh, my dogs are coming over to comfort me.
What you've managed to do there, Moch, is you've managed to pick probably one of the biggest things on here.
So big, even I remember it.
It doesn't sound like it, given the pregnant trout thing, but
it's real funny. It is real funny, though.
Oh, is this the thing you tried to explain to me once, and I just came away from it somehow more confused?
that sounds about right. Chat, do you recognize that this was 2017 the Crowdgate stuff happened? I'm pretty sure it was 2017. Long-ass time ago.
Well, we knew each other then, right?
I think so,
I
but
remember
not,
the gay
not
Discord
well.
ops comes from.
I fully
Yes.
remember, like, memeing it with you about the trout pregnancy.
I want to make it clear, by the way, that the expression of X, please respond, has become a general meme that I've seen VTubers using. And as far as I know, that started with Kraut and T.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Fucking pregnant trout. Oh.
So let me see if I can find the thing I'm looking for here. God, there's so much. I've got so much, so much data on this because I was one of the main people purveying information about it. So it looks like it was
This is so funny.
possibly mostly happening in 2018, actually. I may have been incorrect.
No, I think 2017 was correct because it was after Trump got elected, and it was like not too far after that where like stuff started going downhill quite a bit with the crowd.
Yeah, but the data I have shows that it was 2018-ish.
Maybe it was early.
I think I've seen that, Gadrick. So, yes, you have a folder for Krautgate memes. Yes. Okay, so here's a good summary of what happened with what generally tends to happen with Kraut. Chat, press 1 if you would agree with this meme. So hopefully that makes it clear. I'm going to look through a few more memes, make sure to get the right one. Okay, so probably the thing we want to look at is this. God damn it. There we go. Who remembers this image? So there's a lot to explain here.
The good old meme picture. There it is.
Are you all sitting comfortably? So, what happened was there was a YouTube creator who I was actually friendly with called Crowd & Tea. He was like German-English mix of some kind, but acted way more German. And back in about 2017, the alt-right was beginning to gain prominence. And they were making a lot of arguments. Many of them I disagreed with. Many of them I think was not too difficult to combat. And Kraut was in the sort of skeptic wing, but more sort of like leaning towards the left. Whereas I didn't really lean in either direction, but he wanted to sort of pull things in that direction. He had a sort of basic bias in that direction, I think. And that sort of led to him believing the alt-right must be wrong. It must be wrong. And the thing is that generally they were wrong about a lot of things. The problem is that they had a few ideas that were worth listening to. And while Kraut could have gone after any number of aspects of the alt-right that were not effective, that were not true or useful or worth listening to, he went after one of the only things they actually got right. The basic notion that races do make a difference, that there is a difference between different lineages of people, commonly identified by attributes such as skin color, that they are in fact different. Kraut was arguing as if, no, there could never be any possible difference beyond the superficial. And he didn't even approach this in terms of like, you shouldn't make policy on that. But no, he approached this from the scientific perspective, as if the biology would prove him right. As if he could come along and say the different human lineages biologically identical, even though they are obviously different. That was where he was coming at the argument from. It was doomed from the start. But I think he thought that because that is so core to why the alt-right are prominent and popular, if he just knocked out that pillar, the whole thing would come tumbling down. So he went after that. And it was a total fucking disaster. He began publishing videos. He published the first video, which, again, he approached it on scientific grounds. And I had the feeling with the first video that, like, Kraut, this isn't... I have a feeling there's a bunch of arguments here that didn't quite make sense. Like, some logical fallacies, some mistakes. I don't even know much about the biology. Of course, he had biologists consulting with him, or allegedly scientists consulting with him, academics consulting with him to make these videos. And I didn't. And I was friendly with Kraut back in the day. He was in the little group with Sargon and V and Arch and I, and Kraut was in there as well. So we were friends with him. And so the first video, I was thinking, this doesn't really make sense. Some alt-right people were attacking it, and I thought their attacks were plausible. But I waited for more information before I really said anything about it, before I made my position really clear. After the second video, I began to make my position clearer. I began to say to Kraut, mate, this is like bollocks. These videos are riddled with logical fallacies, and the people who, particularly JFG, Jean-Francois Garriepia, another YouTuber, he and others as well are pointing out that there are many flaws in your basic scientific reasoning here as well. The things that I'm not an expert in, even they are saying that they're totally wrong. But even without them, you can tell from the reasoning, from the argumentation alone, that this is bollocks. Full of logical fallacies. That was after the second video. Later came the third
Quick question.
video. Go on.
Is JFG the fucking frog legs guy who like tried to steal a baby from a hospital or something?
I don't know, but I vaguely remember that there is some rumors about him that he contends dealing with some former partner. I vaguely remember something like that. So don't take what you may have heard as the only side of the story on that. But that does sound familiar, yes. So after the third video, or around the time of the third video, I had begun like confronting Kraut on it, and he was becoming more and more sort of aggressive and unreasonable. There was memes made of like, because I popped into a Discord server one time and he was there, and we started having a friendly conversation, and it rapidly turned hostile when he realized that I had any doubts or questions about the quality of his videos whatsoever. And people literally who were there, people I didn't even know, made a meme where I was depicted as like the teacher and Kraut was the child, and I was just basically teaching him just like primary school stuff. It was that kind of situation where Kraut had just completely lost his nuts on this retardation. Sure, Die. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the same thumbnail. And after a short time, I ended up becoming one of the main purveyors of information about Kraut from people that were gathering it, people that were Discord spies that were gathering information. They would then send it to three people: JFG, Edgy Sphinx, and me. I was sort of the tertiary leaker, and I was given a lot of information. I did some streams. Some of my most popular streams at the time were on this topic. I think my second most popular stream behind the election, with possibly some exceptions since then, was on the Kraut stuff. And there was so much more to it than this as well, because it wasn't just the videos. He had, it turned out, a Discord server where he had a channel for each target. And it was often called a doxing server, but as far as I know, it never was, and I never said it was either. In fact, neither did Edgy Sphinx, but Kraut kept accusing us of saying it was. And he had targets in this list of people that he wanted to argue against. And I was one of them after a while. God, there's so much more. How do I even contain all of this? The upshot of all of this essentially was that he ended up being roundly defamed by the skeptics and the skeptic audience of the time, and ended up sort of retreating, deleting all of his content from his channel. And he actually said at one point that he had become a monster on his Patreon. I have a screenshot of that somewhere. And later he came back to YouTube, and now he is a apparently successful left-wing propagandist. I think he's some sort of bread tuber or something, so good for him, I guess. But the flaws are still there. Still, that's why he's successful with the left, because he can't reason for shit. There's so much more to this drama as well that I haven't said. A lot of it I can't remember, but this was a whole like multiple year saga of drama with Kraut. And during that time, one of his videos, his poorly researched and poorly reasoned videos, he said pregnant trout.
Not just pregnant trout. He goes into detail and was like, "Oh yeah, they carry for a while, but it's a short pregnancy," and everyone just shat on him. It was so fun. He went psycho. Anytime somebody would post a trout at him, he would just immediately ban the person.
In case you're
on
wondering,
a whole rant.
Trout don't get pregnant. Fish in general, pretty much none of them, I don't think, get pregnant. They spawn eggs, and then the male fish jizzes on them.
Yeah, no, it was hilarious because for a time he tried to argue that no, they actually can get pregnant, when people were really like, beginning stage messing around, being like, this is ridiculous. They don't actually get pregnant, right? And he was like, no, fuck you, they actually do. And then obviously after he tried to double down and people were like, giving him actual evidence of the fact that no, that is not how trouts reproduce, he just went full on like scorched earth and was like banning and removing any fucking bit of trout that was that was posted at him. Oh, so funny.
Yeah, I'm going to try and summarize this quickly. I'm not going to try and get all the detail
The
onto this
video
text
is like
file, but we
48
can try and get
seconds,
it
by the way.
later.
Okay. Yeah, it's just him basically talking about the pregnant trout.
We'll have a look in a minute. So, a long saga of conflict focus on Kraut and T's attempts to debunk the biological arguments common among the alt-right, which Uzulu was one of Kraut's main detractors. At one point, Kraut claimed his allegedly well-researched videos that Kraut get pregnant, which is untrue. In the end,
people used to think he was really
Kraut
smart just by his fucking accent.
Famed. I don't know anyone else around here who's like that today. Fortunately. In the end, Kraut was widely defamed and later admitted he had become a monster. Yeah.
I forgot he admitted that.
Do you know the fun part about that is that he also claimed that I had what exactly was it he said? He made a bunch of really like vicious personal claims about me after all this. He claimed that I was like going behind his back to get his girlfriend to break up with him.
Oh my god, I remember that. I remember you saying that.
I may be able to
I don't know how you were,
something.
but that's interesting.
I don't either. Let's just see if I can get something here. 1 second, chat.
He's probably thought you were cucking him again, you know?
Again, yeah. That's something else we need to put on the list, chat. The whole the cucking Kraut thing, because sort of. Right now, if you're on your own account, does it show you unlisted videos? No, I'm gonna have to go back to the studio for that. God damn it. Studio.youtube.com on this account. Content. Yeah, there's some unlisted ones here. Where's the one about Kraut? Should be in the middle. Is it not on this account? Oh no, there it is.
Yeah, they called him Trout and T for a long time.
Among other things, yeah. All right. So, this is a quick video that I made. I don't think I've ever shown this publicly. I made this 5 years ago. On January 2018. Okay, so I guess the drama was 2017 then, because it kept coming up for years later though. But yeah, Kraut made these accusations, and this was me clearing my name essentially. In this little video, this little 1 minute video. So I didn't put any voice in it. It was just meant to be very dry, concise debunking of the claims. So I've been accused of something which is disproven in this video. Video was the most convenient way to present the evidence, which is kind of true. This is the accusation. So Kraut posted this Discord message, and the summary, you can obviously read it if you like, but the summary that I gave here is 1, Uzulu contacted my girlfriend behind my back. 2, and tried to convince her to leave me. 3, and encouraged several people to harass her. So he claimed these things after the whole drama, after I had been part of the large crowd of people who were telling him he was fucking wrong and retarded. He made these claims about me. So the video just sort of lays out how they're wrong. So for claim 1, for Uzulu contacted my girlfriend behind my back, I was already friendly with Kraut's girlfriend after he introduced us. Our communication was not behind the back, as she is an independent individual and not some sort of subsidiary to Kraut. If that answer isn't good enough for you, present a clearer accusation, is what I said. So I did, in fact, contact her. But I believe the record will show I literally was just asking, like, is Kraut okay? Or something like that. So that was that. And then for claim 2...
That's you trying to convince her to leave him because you're insinuating there's something wrong with him, Uzulu. That's
claim 2, about me trying to convince her to leave him. This is the entire record of everything I ever sent to her in our Twitter DMs. And I said, like, hey, don't want us to overstep my bounds. Sorry if I'm intruding, but I'm hoping to get your thoughts on the Kraut business, assuming I'm not persona non grata. She gave her thoughts. She was a relatively nice person. I said, I've been busy the last couple of days. Apologies for not responding. Please go ahead and ask anything else you like. And then she sent some other stuff. We did discuss in this thread getting on Discord and talking more, but we never did. I said sorry to hear it. So she was open to talking about it. She wasn't against it.
Women don't have their own personhood. You should have asked his permission to even speak to her, Uzulu.
Yeah. Her text is bad because it's not relevant to the claim. Despite giving her my Discord, we never talked there. And I can't prove that negative within reason. But we didn't. I never talked to her on Discord. And then the last one, claim 3, and encouraged several people to harass her. Good fucking luck finding any evidence for this one. No way I can disprove it as it's practically unfalsifiable. You can choose to believe without evidence. Kraut the sane. That's just a filtering mechanism to me. So yeah, this one was just untrue. There was never any basis for it. And then at the end, you'll like this die and watch. I put this.
God damn it. Some things just never change, eh?
But ego is immutable, is what I'm learning from this.
Yes, some things don't need to change. Fucking YouTube. Just let me get to there. There we go. That'll do. So yeah, that was the Krautgate stuff. And this, as I said, this was just a little video I made to debunk one of the vicious claims he made about me. After I was part of the crowd that defamed him for being a retard. And the record I have of what was going on, I have folders in here that date all the way to 2019. There's even a folder for 2020, where apparently he was still saying shit about me. Who was
apparently
saying
he had a freak out about Ukraine more recently.
Interesting.
They were saying it in the comments.
Dev shared DMs with by the way, which Dev did a lot, despite his accusation against Aiden. Dev shared DMs between him and Kraut that were talking about me in 2020. Kraut, by the way, I don't think I'm the highest on his shit list, but I'm pretty close. He still absolutely hates me. And I couldn't be prouder.
The Trout and tea will never not be funny.
Yeah. So end year, did it ever really end? Well, I think we'll just leave that, to be honest. That's the entire Krautgate saga. There is, as I said, loads more detail that I didn't go into. There's loads more to it.
Yeah, you missed the fun of it, man. Like people back in the day, when that came out, they were just shitting on him so much.
Oh, I tell you what's related to that. Uzulu literally killed Kraut by asking him to listen. There's a meme somewhere of I think it's 3 parts to the meme, where it's JFG debunked his scientific evidence and made multiple streams going through each of his videos, debunking each claim with detailed factual evidence, and then someone else did all this other stuff to him, and then Uzulu, and then it's these people didn't literally kill Kraut, and it's Uzulu asked him to listen, literally killed Kraut, because the way people reacted to what I was saying, Kraut in particular, was so much more aggressive than what he reacted towards JFG, where all I said was, maybe you should listen to your critics, man. It's not all I said, but that's all it needed, and he got so irrationally angry at me for that. But then for the actual critics who were going into detail debunking him, he didn't seem quite as aggressive. So that meme, I really want to find it because I've lost it. I thought that was so funny. It may be on Twitter somewhere. Maybe one of you guys have it. Maybe Daka has it somewhere. But that was such a good meme. And if I find that, that's why I put it on this list. I want to find that meme and record it for all time. However, since I don't think we have it right now, I will move on. So, anything else from here? Why don't we do one of the really deep ones? Thank you. Yes, I'll read that in a sec. Let's do one of the really deep ones. So on Conway's original iceberg, he had this final category here where it was Hollow Earth. In fact, I can show you. Down here, right at the bottom, where the visual was it's so deep in the ocean, it's into the Nazi Hollow Earth. And there's just a few on here that are like deep apocrypha. Well, none of these are true, but they are. I really like the idea of like making up these like deep lore things for Cabal, and I want to make up some more. But these were the ones he had that I've converted into my own wording. So Uzabot adds thumbs up reactions to images it likes. Now, back in the day, and I should really reintroduce this, anytime someone posted an image in Cabal, Uzabot would add a thumbs up and a thumbs down reaction to it, so that people could literally vote thumbs up, thumbs down. So it always had one of each from Uzabot. And then people could add, so if there were 2 likes on there, you knew that it was one person had liked it. So you'd always subtract 1. So and
Now you
people
have
would
to do it
just
manually.
add onto it. Yeah. I did have the idea of maybe remove the Uzabot ones after a day, and I think I may have implemented that at some point, so it would just show the right number, but it's after a day, it barely matters at that point. So that was a feature Uzabot had, and for a while, it appeared as if sometimes it would just add a thumbs up. The reason for that was actually because on mobile, the tolerances for latency were different. So the 2 events would come in too close together and the mobile wouldn't render it properly. So it would actually have a thumbs up and thumbs down, but it looked like it just had a thumbs up. So people started the idea that Uzabot adds thumbs up reactions to images it likes and not thumbs down ones, because it has a mind of its own. That's the kind of deep lore apocrypha stuff that I want to have more of, and especially because this one was based on something real. So Uzabot likes images. What was the wording? Uzabot adds, adds thumbs up to it likes. Go and depth. We'll put 8. I don't know actually, because maybe the problem is I'm conflating 2 things together in depth. Depth is how few people know about it, but I'm also adding into that how apocryphal it is. So maybe depth should be split into 2 things. We've also got rate limited to dropping 1 reaction very rarely. Yeah, I think we may be talking about the same thing at AC. I can't remember if it was a rendering issue or it was actually rate limited, but given Discord.js handles rate limiting itself and did even back then, it probably wasn't actually being rate limited. I think it was just a rendering problem. Yes, Meat Bun, if I make that feature today, that's what I would use, of course. So chat, we got to figure this out. So I feel like putting this as a high depth, because it is kind of unknown now, but the reason it was on the lowest level of Conway's iceberg is because this is apocryphal, and it's like, if you imagine it's true, then it would be like a deep secret. Would it even be that deep? Maybe we just like, when we make the iceberg, anything with apocryphal true just gets a higher rank automatically. Apocryphal true. Because that wasn't ever actually true, chat. I don't know how I want to do that. I think I may be conflating 2 factors together into depth. So I'm not sure. We'll leave it like that for now. But description, I'll do that in a sec. And yeah, the feature probably was added in 2020 and was removed in 2021 when the original server was taken down. So end month would be 12. That was when the original server was deleted. I never re-added the feature after that. So description. Uzabot used to add a thumbs up and thumbs down reaction to image posts to allow people to like or dislike post. Occasionally, due to a minor Discord bug, it would appear as if only one of these reactions was added, the first one. This led to the belief that Uzabot had specific tastes. So that's the real description, but again, should we add an apocryphal description? Description, apocryphal. Uzabot gained sentience before 2020, though the exact circumstances are unknown. Shortly thereafter, it began developing cultural tastes, particularly for memes. Broke its programming and began distributing approval with the memes it personally enjoyed. Uzulu engaged in a cover-up story about a minor Discord bug, and it was forgotten. There we go. That makes sense. So, that's that one. Zane and 3 of 12 are the only real women who have ever been in Cabal. Now, Di and Mott, what do you think of this one?
Can we ignore this one?
I know why Zane, but why 3 of 12?
They're the same person.
Ah, okay.
Don't believe her.
They literally are.
Years says, sorry I missed the bulk of the stream, but I had to run my usual Monday night show. This is the best internet community I've ever found. Cabal prevails, Amuleth, Spiral, Cesspool. Thank you, Years. I really appreciate that. Hopefully I can...
Based Years once again.
Yes. Hopefully I can, with this kind of project, I can strengthen the culture that makes it good. That's part of the reason I'm doing this. So, Zane and 3 of 12 are the only real women who have ever been in Cabal. Zane and of 12, only women in Cabal. Apocryphal false title. What do you reckon about Di? Do you think it's apocryphal?
No.
Di, do you know what apocryphal means?
No.
Oh, I've been talking about this the whole time. Apocryphal means it basically means it's not true. It means
it's not part of
like,
canon. Gotcha.
Yeah, sort of like a claim of a story that isn't true or that isn't real. If you like.
Embellishment, one could say.
Sure, or just bullshit. So apocryphal true. Title: Zane and 3 of 12 are the only real women who have ever been in Cabal. Depth. This one is more well known. Maybe I do need to have a awareness as a attribute, which has a number between 1 and 10, and then another one which is something along the lines of like apocrypha rating or like mystery or something, which is specifically for apocryphal things, and it's how far down the iceberg they should go. Because the thing is, like, Conway's iceberg is great, but it conflates loads of different factors together in what it puts in there. The top category is almost none of it is almost none of it's Cabal lore. A lot of it is just circumstances around the kind of person who would be at that level. Not even related to Cabal necessarily. So we do need, like, if we're going to format it to be properly useful, we do need to reconceptualize it a lot. Maybe I'll come back and do some of that later. Either way, for now, that's fine. I think I do need to separate depth into two different things, though. Description. And then there's no year for that one. It's an ongoing situation. It is, of course, true. Description. Zane and...
Which one drank cum again? Which one was it?
Chat, you probably think that Di has just said that out of nowhere and it doesn't correspond with reality.
Fucking
Unfortunately,
pardon?
unfortunately, it is in fact based on reality. Zane is
okay,
quick
sorry,
to
Zane.
point out that it wasn't Zane.
Understandable, really.
That was actually 3. He did in fact do that. Ask him about it. Chat, ping 3 and ask him, like, why did you drink? Just ask him. Just fucking ask him. Anyway,
The biggest sin here is admitting to having done it.
Listen,
Like, if
it's-
Cabal
it's his
knows,
own
then he's...
fault. You know, he gave the story, and every time I hear it, I'm like, why? Why would you tell me this?
I recommend that you
Why?
do this. Okay, there. Yeah, just at him with the coffee. As you can see, he has a coffee mug in his profile picture. Sorry, in his name. Some of you know why that's there. And the reason is that I put it there, but I put it there for a reason. 3 is, you may have noticed actually, that when I'm in a voice chat with him, I am even less charitable towards him consuming the airwaves than anyone else. It's partly because of this story just disgusts me, and partly because I don't want to hear his fucking voice. Yeah. So Xena 3F12 are 2 male members of Cabal with
Dobby Bobby got him to come into some tea and he drank it, chat.
Yeah. You didn't just say that, by the way.
I didn't say anything. What are you talking about?
Okay. I don't know if it was tea or coffee, actually. But I'm putting that as a header here.
Either way, there was milk added.
It was coffee, Sustain. Okay.
Chad is not happy.
Yeah. Xena and Theo 12 are 2 male members of Cabal with somewhat feminine voices. And so it was long claimed that they were the only female members ever to be in Cabal. It was, however, never true. Description apocryphal. Zane and 3 of 12 are secretly female, and every other alleged female who has ever been in the server was either a computer program fed with a voice changer or clone of Zane or 3 of 12. There we go.
Well, if we're a clone of either or, I pick Zane because I don't want to be near the cum drinker.
I'd like to remind everyone of equal skirt.
Ew.
Yes, when you say would, do you mean you would engage in fornicatory behavior with the person who owns those legs?
Yes, I literally called you based.
Yes.
Why would you do this to me?
Yes.
I called you based, yes. No. All right, now you're going back. Now you're walking back, eh?
Let's just put that there. Yes, would Zane legs. Put years would Zane. There we go. That's all.
God.
Is that okay with you, Years? What, Zane, why are you upset with this? Apocryphal, unknown. Title is Would Zane based on Zane legs.
Could you imagine the
one at this point.
Could you imagine the FBI going through this and being like, "What the fuck are we like? What is this community?"
Description.
Dangerous right-wing extremist Discord servers.
Why are they all faggots? What's going on here? What's going?
Anyone know what year this happened?
Gadrick, Gadrick, please.
This is the first item on our list that literally happened during the stream. Sanity versus Wood Zane.
Oh. God damn is. I don't even drink coffee. Getting you drunk. You did that day. You
Yep.
fucking did that day.
Yep. I wish you didn't drink coffee. Then you wouldn't have done it. Let's add 3 of 12 coffee to the list. 3 of 12 drunk his own semen out of coffee.
Didn't even pick tea. Like, come on now.
3 of 12 admitted
Semen is gross.
to having
Agree.
obeyed his dormy mommy when she demanded he drink his own semen out of coffee. This is disgusting. I'd like to move on. Is there anything else we need to add this one? Any other attributes? I don't remember when he admitted it. Probably would have been 2021-ish. But this is enough for now. I already want to vomit. All right, there we go. So that one's done. Correct combinations in the meme system can cast spells. This is one of my favorite bits of Apocrypha. And it doesn't work in Zane's meme bot, as far as I know. Although he did copy my original concept, so perhaps the same magic is inherent in it. But I can confirm that it did work in my original meme bot, which is no longer running. Gadrick, it's not actually that many people. 3 is just fucking a freak.
Sometimes it happens entirely by accident, hence equals Harry.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Which I think is on this list, and if it isn't, it definitely should be. Let's make sure. It isn't on the list. It's about to be. Harry. But equals Harry. Harry and the Snow Bunny saga.
I'll throw up.
Indeed. So will we all. So, I do like this one. Meme system combinations. Of course, apocryphal. All the apocryphal ones should have a question mark, shouldn't they? Included, because I don't want people to think they're actually literally true. There we go. Yep, that's correct. Depth of that one, also quite deep. Description. Maybe I won't put anything for that.
Telly
Maybe I'll do it
G
later.
asked you a question. He said, "Did you talk about the front man of Smash Mouth dying this morning?"
No, that's not the kind of stream this is. And even if I was doing a news and politics stream, I'd probably just give it a brief mention. He's a singer. I don't know much about him, but hey, now you're an all-star. Get the show on. Get laid.
Rip, dude. Rip in peace.
I love the fact that song, those lyrics in that song, he grew to absolutely hate them because they're the only thing that were ever quoted to him because it was from Shrek.
Fucking best song ever.
I know nothing about him beyond the fact that he made that song and the fact that he hated those lyrics. And frankly, that doesn't endear me to him. He should have gone with the meme. Maybe he's kind of a loser, I don't know. Anyway.
If I can put up with the fucking wheelchair memes for 8 years, he can do that
True.
with the song.
True. What do you mean memes? There we go. So, meme system combinations. Description. In Oozlu's original meme system, it was claimed that calling memes in a certain order could cast real spells. Description apocryphal. In Oozlu's original meme system, calling memes in a certain order could cast real spells. There we go. That's good enough. Also, it's not apocryphal, it's absolutely true, but you won't know because the system is currently off. Anyway. Yes, says every song they did was terrible. She saw them once live in the 90s and they were absolute trash. Well, fair enough. I don't know much about them. Okay, that one's done. Let's save some of the deep lore stuff for later. Shall we do some of the more recent ones?
Sure.
Ban is a promotion from mod. I like this one. Made it up entirely myself. Apocryphal, technically true. Title, capitalize it a bit. Technically true, but realistically, it is apocryphal. Realistically, it's not apocryphal. This one's quite well known. Again, we need one where it's like well known versus. Either way, I'll figure it out later. Description. In Cabal's hierarchy, moderators are probably the most widely denigrated role, leading to them being assigned to a position lower than even those banned from Cabal. Description apocryphal. Moderators are lower than the shit we wiped off our boots. Banned. Highly gay. Sorted. All mods are gay, says Jackie. Moo is gay, says three. You don't have much space to call anyone gay, mate. All right. So, anyone want to be a moderator? All right. So that one's done.
Never again.
Is Killsode here? I don't think so. Killsode is Hillary Clinton's bottom, but secretly wants to kill her. I don't remember when I added this one, but Killsode is a member of the server who you'll like this guy. Killsode is a scaly.
Wonderful.
And Hillary Clinton is a lizard person.
Oh.
So Killsode is Hillary Clinton's bottom.
Makes
I mean, I
sense.
can follow the logic. That doesn't mean I have to like it.
I don't know about the secret he wants to kill her bit. He must have wanted me to add that just to balance it out.
He wants to kill her and wear her skin because he's a scaly. You know, the whole shedding skin and all that kind of stuff. They're weird about
we could
those
add that
things.
as trivia.
He wants to wear Hillary Clinton's skin mold that she shed.
I wonder if Killsode is happy that this is his only entry on the iceberg.
Hey, this is what it gets for being a fucking degen.
I mean, that's true. Description. Killsode is a scaly, and Hillary Clinton is a lizard person. The rest is obvious.
What if
That'll
it
do.
was like actually true that she was like a lizard though? What would you do?
What do you mean? What if?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Okay, so that's added. I don't know if the secret wants to kill her thing. Let's put trivia. Killsode claims he secretly wants. Let's just put allegedly, he also secretly wants to kill Hillary Clinton. Yeah. That one's done. What else? Di,
Yes.
would you like to talk about Lozzie?
No.
The fuck is Lozzie?
Really?
Chat, press 1 if you don't know anything about the Lozzie saga.
I don't understand how this is
I
under
know.
things that I've been here for, and I still don't know what it is.
I think I'm friends with one of her like roommates right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, in other news, what about 3 of 12's Aiden Thirst? That's a good one, because 3 of 12 has just fucking whined at me for, quote-unquote, making shit up again. Nigga, what do you think the apocryphal tag is for? The rest of it's true. Fuck you. So, 3's Aiden Thirst. Now, is Kotrak here? No, it'd be better if he was, but we don't strictly need him
I'll add
for
him.
it.
Maybe he'll hold on. He'd appreciate at least being added.
Well, I've already done it now.
Figured. He's offline, not a good sign.
Yeah. So,
He was here at the beginning.
let's put 3's Aiden Thirst in there. No, you're fine, though. Yes, Pumat. 3 of 12, Aiden Stalker. Not apocryphal. 3 of 12 is Aiden's Stalker. So, this is fairly well known. As we've discussed it fairly recently. Chat, press 1 if you're aware of this piece of Cabal lore.
1.
Not for them. Description. So, there was a tendency that we noticed in our many years in Cabal that was noticed in the last year or so, noticed by both me and Kotrak at about the same time, that any time that Aiden would join a voice channel, you could be pretty sure that 3 would join within the next 10-15 minutes afterwards. Or perhaps more accurately, whenever 3 of 12 would join a voice channel, it would only be when Aiden was already there. And so we began to work through that. And also he's frequently following her around on her streams in her server. He seems fairly attached to her. So we, Kotrak and I, gradually developed the notion that 3 of 12 is the golem to Aiden being the One Ring. And this evolved into an entire lore universe where everyone else that's even vaguely connected to it became one of the other Lord of the Rings characters. And it actually, we managed to get things to fit together surprisingly well, actually. But yeah, 3 of 12 being Aiden Stalker is an exaggeration, sure. But how much of an exaggeration? Not sure. So there's another reason why I am...
Is Ginger down on this? Because sorry.
Another reason why I'm a bit reluctant to approve of 3 in any sense. What did you say?
That is another reason. I was going to say, is Ginger on the list of stuff? Because he did bring up a good point. He's like, oh, like if he wanted to be down as owns a clock with better comedic timing than himself, which I will say I have witnessed the comedic timing of that clock.
Ginger's clock has better comedic timing than he does, ? Because I find the clock just annoying, but I know that people like it, so fine.
Sometimes it would just cut in perfectly. Please continue, sorry.
3 of 12 being Aiden Stalker. Now I also want to add title comedy. 3 of 12 is Golem to Aiden's The One Ring. Every time over the course of a few months around the start of 2023, it was noticed. Well, let's put over the course of a few months, in early 2023, it was noticed that every time 3 of 12 was in a voice channel in Cabal, Aiden was also there, having joined first. The notion that he was stalking her began to blossom the more it happened. In the end, a lore universe in which 3 of 12 is Gollum and Aiden is the ring, developed due to Blue and Kotarak. That'll do. The fact that the clock annoys you makes up a significant portion of its comedic value. Says you, Ginger. Says you. So, let's find something else.
Indeed.
Yeah. Who's in first?
Let's see.
So, Di, do you want to talk about Jack's feet fetish?
Oh my god. I will say, like, the day I found out that wasn't a meme was the day that he was fully dead to me. And is he actually gay or is that a meme?
I've sworn to secrecy. I shouldn't be too clear with it. But chat, most of you, well, some of you know.
All it.
Jack's feet, is it foot fetish or feet fetish? I put foot fetish. Depth fucking 2, it's not very hard to figure it out. Description, Jack Daoni fucking has an actual foot fetish.
Chat, put one in chat if you think he's gay.
Was believed by some that this was just a joke, but Jack admitted it himself. That'll do. And the year it was admitted was probably 2022, I'm guessing. Did anyone happen to know?
Say that again?
The year it was admitted was probably 2022.
He
You
only
wouldn't
fucking
notice.
admitted it to me a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
when I
he admitted it
asked
to
him.
you, but to everyone else, Zenman says it might have been 2021. I thought it was 2022. I'm pretty sure, I don't think it was as early as 2021.
Me and Colt think living in a fucking meme where it's like, no, there's no, these people don't
Yeah.
exist. Who'd actually be a foot fag, lol?
Yeah.
The only one
While
we
we're
other
here-
knew was Mitch, who ran away when we confronted him about it.
Yeah. Jack's Sally Thirst. Title. Jack's Sally Thirst. Title. Comedy. I sent you my feet. Please respond. Chat, would you mind posting the picture we're all thinking of? I can't remember what it was called. Send feet, perhaps? Yeah, there it is. That's actually Jack.
I mean, if you were gonna say to me that this dude's a foot fag, I mean, I'd believe it. You know?
Yeah, so chat, I apologize for doing this to your eyes, but this is actually Jack. There's a picture that he sent himself to Sally, a female member of Cabal. Fucking
like, show
Sally
me
has been the
feet.
target of so many spurgs hitting on her.
Dude, it's been crazy with Sally.
I mean, fucking Jack.
I hope she comes
Hope,
back. It was funny.
Atronach, everyone.
I hope she comes back because it was real funny when she was around.
Yeah, she's energetic. Put it that way, at the very least. And she gets Wes
hit
upset.
on me
so.
so much.
Yeah, she did. I love how she found the hack to your misogyny is just to hit on you.
Like she hit on me so much that I was like, "Oh my god, stop it!" I couldn't even be mad at her.
I think the Jack sending the thing was 2023. I can't
All
remember
I
the
gotta
exact
say is,
details.
imagine hitting on a woman who just joined Cabal. Imagine doing that.
No, she hit on me. She joined and immediately started hitting on me. It was a tactic I wasn't used to, that's for sure. Honestly.
Well, no, not since I did it in 2016.
Oh yeah.
Or even earlier, probably. Actually, that's a good point, Di. It probably was earlier than 2016 we first met.
I think so, because like you were active in the Drunken Peasants for a while before shit like hit the fan.
I've been watching The Amazing Atheist since before 2010.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'd been watching him that like it was I think 2013 or 14 I started watching him.
I probably started watching The Drunken Peasants within a year of their podcast starting.
Yeah.
But when did I join the Discord? That's the question. That may have been later.
If we could find out what year the Discord was made,
it might have been. I think it might have been early 2015. I don't think it was earlier than that, but it might have been as early as 2015. Like early 2015.
I think it was around December time we met. So that could either be the ending of 2015 going into 16, because we definitely knew each other when the Trump elections were going on.
Yeah,
like we definitely knew each other then. But yeah, no, it's been a while. We've it's so long we can't even remember the date. You know.
Yeah. I've added you to the Cabal lore file right next to 2 Jack entries.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Because it's funny.
Fuck you. Fuck you, bro.
Although I have to say, chat, today was planned as a mini stream, and we didn't hit the 50 quid margin, and we are now over the minimum stream duration. If you want the stream to continue, we need to get to £50 total contributed. We're at 25. Oh no, I think we're at 30 currently because of years. I can check. So let me have a quick look. It was the last actual contribution. What a fucking
damn. Lighthouse literally. This is once again proven how Lighthouse's opinion just is trash. He said, quite good looking, but the attraction ends when knowing he's into feet, if true. The fact that you find him attractive tells us all. Fucking.
I mean, it didn't take that for us to know that Lighthouse had bad taste, but...
But no, this really seals the deal.
Ooh, Lighthouse?
You know?
No, yeah. Other than that, he's got not bad taste. Pretty good taste, actually.
Other than that.
Yeah. Yeah, Di, that's a good point. Di, watch what I'm going to do here. I'm going to move your entry. Move it somewhere more appropriate, perhaps here.
Thanks, bro.
You're welcome. Put them in order. I won't put a description yet because I think she's listening. But chat, do you think we need so the things which are events have a single year, maybe a single month, maybe a single day. But they have a single year. They have a single start time, and because that's when they happened. But the things which are like states that persisted and then ended have an end time. But the things which have a start time and haven't yet ended, I think they need some other qualifier, some other tag. So ongoing, true? That work? I think that works. Die is an ongoing problem. I mean, member of the server, so...
What the fuck?
What?
I heard that Freudian slip.
What slip? So some of these others probably need the ongoing tag as well. Fucking Yizwood Zane, why? So let's see which other things need an ongoing tag. Refugees. I get that. That's kind of that's not a time based one though, is it? Pussy Stroke, Cabal Liberland Alliance, sort of ongoing. Swamp Thing, your raid. We may need to put that onto other things, but that's good enough for now. At some point, chat, as I say, I'll open this up to like a GitHub so that anyone that knows how to use GitHub can suggest changes and we can merge them in. I haven't used GitHub before, but I can learn. This is a good thing to learn with because it's nice and simple. So if anyone wants to propose changes to it, we'll make that easy. We could also
Either option is bad. Oh no, he's responding to someone. Never mind.
We could also package a bunch of files with it, like images, along with in the same repository. So any sort of lore-based images that you guys have posted, we could save along with this. I probably should have been saving them as we went through. Actually, that would have been a really smart thing to do that I didn't do.
Yeah, but that would require you to
Careful.
have thought of it.
Ooh, thank you, 8-Bit Picky. That's way more than we needed. We were already at 30. We only needed to hit 50. Keep the stream going. Cabal prevails. Amuleth prevails. Boomer prevails. Thank you, 8-Bit.
Based 8-Bit. Everyone
Amuleth
tell
is-
8-Bit she's wonderful in chat.
Yes.
I want all of you to at 8-Bit and tell her what a good person she is. Please, chat.
Thank you for persisting my legacy, Di.
No, out of everyone, I want 8-Bit deserves it. She's a good girl. She's a good girl.
Yes. 8-Bit, are you still deciding on my question I asked? If you want more information, you're welcome to it. Just ask me questions. And thank you for the contribution. We will indeed continue. And in fact, that is enough. That is enough for mini Giga Stream, because it's a mini stream, but we hit the Giga Stream margin, which is £50 today, and so I will get the wizard hat. I suppose now I'll leave you guys to chat with chat.
Isn't 8-Bit wonderful much? Isn't she just great?
He is.
Great 8-Bit.
Why have we been left with the fucking Jack image on the Be Right Back screen?
I don't know. I think he's definitely done that on purpose. Yeah, look, what a fucking cunt.
The wizard hat is about 3 feet away from where he sits, so that he's definitely just doing this to punish us.
Oh,
The
of
fucking
course,
image.
of course.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think so far? Seeing as you didn't really know too much about, you've been here a while, and I'm sure he's been filling you in. But what do you think of the lore you've learned so far?
Phrasing.
God damn it!
What?
I don't know. I don't even know what I said anymore. Ignore his interjection. Ignore his interjection much.
Some of this I sort of knew from background stuff, and some of it's just sort of being like, oh, so that's the context behind that thing that gets repeated fucking constantly.
Verbatim, yeah. Yeah, I hope you appreciated me filling you in on the on the cum coffee one.
Some things I choose to forget. That might be one that I will choose to forget.
Yeah, the way my brain works is I'd forget it, and then randomly I'll be reminded of it, and then I have to infect others with this knowledge that was thrust upon me.
Hello, speaking of infection, I'm back. It is only a few feet away from where I sit, but there's a green screen in the middle, so I have to go all the way around and then back to the hat and then all the way back around again to here. So it takes years. But
Have you considered just moving the green screen for 3 seconds and then putting it back?
Yeah, well, I would have to, it would take longer to whisk the whole thing back and then get the hat and then whisk it all the way back again than it would to just walk around it. There is actually room on the desk for the hat now, but it would collect more dust there than it does hanging up where it usually is. Although, to be fair, I probably could go around, this side of the green screen and get to it quicker.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Maybe I could. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff down there I don't want to kick, so. I've been called an infection by Chad.
You did
Thanks,
call
Chad.
yourself an infection, to be fair.
True. So, I didn't make any changes while you couldn't see the document, as you can see. So, yeah. Let's see what else we have. Dia, are you looking at the screen?
Oh, sorry, I'll look at it now, yeah?
Yeah.
I am now. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. You are such a fucking cunt. What's wrong with you? You made me open my screen to do this to me. I thought we were friends. The fuck, man? He has no soul. He's a fuckbag. There's nothing there. There's nothing in his eyes. He's not even here for this, man.
Don't you feel charmed by his charm?
Yeah, I want to run the other way.
You mean
I don't know
you
if
mean
you,
roll
if
the
you
other
would call.
way?
Fuck, Jesus.
You say this image that he sent it to Sally. Did Sally just post it in a fucking regular channel?
Face
I-
Sally.
I don't actually remember what the details of what happened. I need to consult with someone who knows more about it.
You should have did that maybe.
That applies to
Hey,
lots
too
of these,
late
though,
now.
Die.
Too late now, eh? You know? I'm pretty sure he posted himself at one point as well. So once they've done that, it's like, you know, what can you do?
I'm going to put, let's do unfinished true on some of these. That one needs it. There was one that we didn't fill in. There, Penis Town. Because I just didn't get to it yet. So it's unfinished. So I'm marking the ones that I haven't properly filled in yet as unfinished. So we can come back to them later. It's easier to find them that way. That's fine. Okay, there we go. I didn't, as I said, I didn't add anything to this document while I was AFK and you couldn't see the document.
Sorry. Fucking field wizard. The saving grace of Christ can redeem all. And then there's me. He's a foot fag. He has no soul. These fucking memes. He's so quick with them.
He is, he's very
Can
quick.
you spell it soul with an LE just so it can be even more of a foot joke?
Shut the fuck up.
I didn't even notice that, and that makes me so mad. That makes me so mad. Oh.
Right, now, let's see. Third time's the charm. Die, are you looking at the screen? I'm not going to jack you.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Also phrasing.
Luckily, while I was... Oh, so you do know what it means. Luckily, while I was gone, I didn't add anything to the document that you couldn't see.
Literally has a wheelchair. Oh, thanks, bro. Thanks, man. I
Third
was
time's the
wondering when
charm.
you were going to add that. It would have to have been added, right? Like, there's just no way it can't be.
There's a separate thing on here for Die as a potato in a wheelchair, so separate from the main
Literally,
Die
any
thing.
new person that comes into the server, that is literally the first, like, seed planted in their mind by people. It's really
Well,
really
except
crazy.
for 3 of 12, who literally drank his own seed.
Oh, God. God help us, man.
Is that Die, Field Wizard?
What?
Hold on. This Die.
Oh my God.
I'll open it.
What
There you
is that?
I don't know. But,
What the fuck? That is more of a creative one, I'll give you that. Ah! I looked at the screen at the worst time, dude. Oh God. Genuinely fucking jump scared me.
He's gonna lick your toes.
No, ew.
He's coming to lick your
No.
toes.
No, stop. My goodness.
Years is enjoying it as well, apparently. Right. So, we've done Jack's... Well, we haven't finished it, actually. I'll leave it there for now. I can tell you briefly about Falcork Chin.
Oh, Jesus.
You remember this, though?
I kind of.
I don't think you do.
Probably not. Yeah, you'll have to explain. I remember hearing that name, but that's basically everything for me.
Chat. Press 1 if you remember Falcork Chin.
It's funny. Either way, the name.
Is this related to the fucking the trash room?
Somewhat.
The trash room.
Hunter Zero, you remember it. Can you tell us, just like one word answer, what roughly was it, Hunter Zero? Just to give it ballpark so I know that you're not bullshitting or that you're not misremembering.
Spalchin.
Like 1 or 2 words.
You didn't manage to miss the whole Falcon saga. He's still here. Unfortunately.
Nighthawk, do you mean the documentation of it or the actual drama?
We haven't documented it either. He hasn't missed it.
We haven't gone through the documentation, no, but
the actual. Like I said, he's still
Hunter
here.
Zero's words per minute rate is something like 0.00. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, so Hunter Zero knows what it is. So let's bump that down to like a 7.
Skyrim customization.
It might have been 2022. Actually, I can't remember exactly. But yeah. So at one point, so I always keep coming back to Skyrim and trying to improve my mod setup, and I've come back to it a few times over the years and got closer and closer to what I want. And then recently, in I think it was 2022, it might have been this year, very early, but I think it was 2022, around that time anyway. I had a mod setup that I was actually happy with, more happy than any I'd done in the past, and I was ready to go with Skyrim with like 250 mods, it was great, it was ready, it was good to go. So I make a character, I decided to stream it for Cabal, make a character. The character, we went through lots of ideas of what he could be, what he could look like, but what we did was I found a character randomizer. So I found a randomizer online where you click a button that gives you a random Skyrim character. And it came up with like an orc with a mace and some like different skills and whatever. So we make the orc, we do all that stuff, and then after we were discussing what to call the character, what name to give the character, we eventually worked through several ideas until we arrived at the notion of basing it on Falcoshin, because after all, it's an orc. And what we did is we completely removed its chin and called it Falk Orc Chin. Falcoshin. Falcork Chin. That was the story of Falcork Chin. And he wandered around Skyrim for a while. He spawned in an area that's like a late game DLC area. And so he couldn't fight anything except the stuff that was like locked to your character's level, bandits. But like bandits, he could take on just about. Reeklings killed him in one shot, or whatever they're fucking called, the little troll goblin things. There may be an image of Falcork Chin 8-bit. There may even still be the save file that I have somewhere of him. But yeah, that's the story of Falcork Chin.
8-bit's asking, is there an image of Falcork?
I just answered that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't read and listen at the same time.
I know, you're retarded.
Not retarded. I just can't read and listen at the same time.
Anyway, so I think I have a picture of him here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Okay, here it is. Ready?
You're such a faggot, man. Look at him! Look at him fucking giggling away. He's so fucking proud of himself.
Every time, yeah. So.
I can't wait for Jack to fucking see this, because his reaction's gonna be interesting.
A Skyrim character on Oozloo's modded setup, created for a streamed playthrough for Cabal. During customization, the pin was removed such that the character could be based on Falcoshin, hence Falk Orc in Skyrim Orc character. That's Falcork Chin, and he still exists somewhere. That playthrough actually was kind of funny. There were a few funny moments. I kind of wanted to upload it, but I never got around to it. I was going through editing it, but never finished. There we go.
God, fuck you with your doubt.
That post is going to get into Hall of Fame chat, and when it does, I want doubt to be the most common emote on it.
No. God damn it! You
Korak is
can't. You
here,
can't.
late.
Using
Correct.
his influence once again to fuck me over.
Correct. We did this one. This lore item. 3 of 12 Aiden Stalker. Description: over the course of a few months in early 2023, it was noticed that every time 3 of 12 was in a voice channel in Cabal, Aiden was also there, having joined first. The notion that he was stalking her began to blossom the more it happened. In the end, a lore universe in which 3 of 12 is Gollum and Aiden is the One Ring developed due to Uzulu and Kotrak. Correct, that was what we pinged you for. We wanted your consultation on any details I may have forgotten. But if that's good enough, then good. Let's move on. So, Falcork Chin is done. Anyone else want to pick a new thing from this list?
Mach. Fucking pick something. Alright?
I'm not sure Motch is still here.
Oh my god.
We, her and I both need to get early nights, actually, for tomorrow.
It's a bit delay for that.
Oh, total coincidence, of course. But yeah, this is why I wanted to end the stream. I'm doing a mini stream, and it's absolutely fine
but
for me
you
to
got
do
paid.
the duration that was paid for. I'll even go a bit longer, to be honest. Yeah, I will be going to bed in the next couple hours. Do hope Sally thirsts as Atronach. We could do that. Atronach, do you consider yourself a subject matter expert? Atronach, ping me when you're ready to come on the stream.
Oh no.
No, Matthias, the torture is appropriate. Alright, Atronach. Atronach can't follow simple instructions. I said ping me when you're ready, and he didn't. But either way, I figured it out. Welcome, Atronach, to the stream.
You were watching chat. It's fine. It's fine.
True, I was. Where is it? Hope, yeah, here we go. So these two, really. Cope the Hat Always Comes Back and Hope's Sally Thirst. And Second Chances.
That
Should we-
first one that
Yeah, let's get
always comes
Korak on it.
back.
Correct. Ping me when you're ready to come on. Korak can follow simple instructions. Well done. Welcome, Korak. Right, I've got the two subject matter experts on Cope the Fat here. So, Hope Sally Thirst. Title: Hope the Cat Thirsting for Sally. Not that unknown. It's actually pretty commonly known because we keep bullying him about it. Description. And then year, I think it was all 2023, wasn't it?
Yep.
Right. You should be able to talk in here. You should be muted by default, but let me know if you're suppressed. Other than
Hello,
that,
yes.
there you go, welcome. So,
It is good that we have these topics to remember the fallen of Cabal.
he may come back. One of the other items on here is Cope the Hat Always Comes Back. We'll see, though. So, Atronach and Korak, you are the two subject matter experts on this, for different reasons. What the hell happened with Hope the Cat thirsting after Sally?
Well, you were there for the beginning of it, so you start.
Yeah. So as far as I remember, we were just kind of in a call and BSing like normal. And what was it? We were saying something along the lines of like teasing her about everybody hitting on her and something like that. And Hope got really fucking, because Sally's usually nice to people in general.
Her first mistake.
And he took that as a sign of, oh, she must like me. She's being nice to me.
Yeah.
The first autismo
crazy
mistake.
Fucking.
Yeah. So we were fucking bullying her about something, and he said, oh, well, No, Sally, I wouldn't mind, taking you out sometime and, hanging out or whatever. And she was just so stunned, but she was like, yeah, I appreciate it. No. And it immediately rejected him. And then he tried to play it off like a joke. Like he was like, oh, I was just joking, asking her out, because everybody was saying they wanted to get with her. So haha. It wasn't serious, guys, but it was totally serious. Haha. And that's about how I remember that initial part.
What is your side code? Is that how you remember it
Well,
happening?
no, that was the first
No, I wasn't
time.
there for that.
Oh, you
was
were.
there
Code
for the
comes
beginning.
in after that sequentially. So what happened next, Code?
Well, okay, so actually my involvement in this starts because of that conversation
Yeah.
where an invader pinged me saying that I was rejected because he's an idiot and doesn't understand the difference between hope and coat.
Oh yeah, because me, Sally, Invader, and I think, I don't know if it was Bright, but we were in a call and we were telling them about that, and Invader thought Sally said Hote instead of Hope, because that was back when Hope's name was Cope the cat. So she said
Right.
Hope, and he thought
Okay, his
she
mistake's
said
slightly more
Hote.
forgivable.
Yeah. So then he pinged you about saying like, "Hey, you've been rejected," and then you came into the call and and that was that.
I
you
figured it
came
was
into the
something at
call.
least a bit. I figured there was something at least a bit more intelligent behind the joke. No, it was just he didn't hear it right.
No, it turns out that it's usually just retardation.
The reliable bet.
And so that became like just the recurring thing is that Kotrag was married to Sally because she got all flustered and indignant. She's like, no, it wasn't him. Hope asked me out. It wasn't Kotrag.
It only
She didn't want to
evolved
put that
from
on
there.
poor coat rack.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Code,
and
then there's a particular thing I'm thinking of. What happened next?
Yeah, I just not thinking he was dumb enough to fall for it. I just put in one of the chats at Hope. Sally wants to give you another chance. And then about 15-20 minutes later, I got a lot of angry messages from him.
No. Wait, so he believed you and what? DM'd Sally and then got rejected again? I think, actually he did, because I think I saw the fucking DMs.
And then spent the rest. Oh yeah. Eventually, and then spent like hours later, trying to tell everyone, no, that was a joke, and eventually it got down to the point of him just flat out saying he was half serious, which of course means he was serious. And
he was completely serious. He was not joking at all. He just didn't want the shame of being rejected twice.
I thought it was just kind of a particularly dumb joke to say, hey, she wants to give you another chance. It's like it was just some very mild trolling. It turned into a very embarrassing moment for him.
Sally was put through the ring. She wasn't even here long, and it seems like she had quite the experience with certain people in the server.
Let us remember the fallen.
So I will read out the description I've written here. You guys tell me if it's wrong. Description. Hope tried to ask Sally out on a date, got rejected, and then played it off like it was a joke. Kotrag was accidentally dragged into this, who was later declared as being canonically married to Sally. Kotrag then told Hope that Sally wanted to give him another chance. Shortly afterwards, Hope sent Kote a lot of angry messages implying he had made another pass at Sally only to be rejected again. It was clear that he was serious the whole time and has since been extremely sensitive to bullying on the topic.
Yeah, that covers it.
Yeah, that's a good TLDR.
I want to make it clear that this isn't true, technically.
Zenman, you are correct. I did tell her that she needed to not be nice to these faggots because this would be her. You just can't be. It's just, the problem is though with these freaks is that they actually get off on you insulting them too. So there's no win-win usually.
These freaks,
Chalk it up to her, good-hearted, naive nature. Unfortunately, that's gonna
She
just
is-
ruin
listen.
things for you.
Hold on, she is not fucking naive. She's a degen. She's a fucking degen. What are you talking about?
In some aspects, is in some aspects.
She's a
she's
full
naive.
degen. What are you talking about?
Bruh. Okay, I mean, maybe you have a different conversation with her than I do.
I guess this is womanly speak. I suppose you wouldn't understand.
Yeah, maybe.
No, but I actually really like Sally, and I'm not just saying that because she charmed the pants off me, but she's like a really interesting person.
She's a
My favorite old
memer, a
friend.
memer dude.
She actually really reminds me of an old friend I used to have.
Oh, it's meant to be. It's gonna be the ring. Show me the ring anytime now, right?
Dude, I just checked my DMs with her, and I feel bad because she'd sent me a bunch of messages saying like, "Are you coming? I miss you, babe. Babe, where are you? Do you not love me? I miss you." Does our history
Why, what the fuck is wrong
mean
with you?
nothing? Does
that
my
was-
affection and
that
love
was
and
during
care
a-
not
that
going
was-
to reach you?
During
Yeah, that was-
Arcane,
that
when
was-
you were ignoring us.
Yeah, that was 2 weeks ago when we had our arcane session, and you were ignoring everybody's DM despite you being online, you whore.
I even messaged it to you in Japanese, thinking that might get
We
your weeb
all
senses.
messaged you. There was like 6 people that DM'd you that night, and we're like, "Oh, Sally's gotta get a messenger. If she sees the Sally's messages, she'll surely join." Ignored her too. You're a terrible girlfriend to her. You need to apologize.
I literally just DM'd her saying, "I do miss you, babe. I swear, I'm so sorry."
Nice.
Months
Maybe she'll
later in a
forgive
completely
me.
different context.
You guys can have great makeup sex.
It's only,
I can imagine.
it's only 2 weeks late.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, only.
horrendous with DMs, man. Like, it's really bad.
Yes.
Oh, you
It's
know what?
really
Actually,
strange.
you know what we need to add to this is Sally Mordred.
Oh,
Oh,
God,
no.
that is the oldest meme with Sally.
Oh. Oh, Jack is here. Welcome, Jack.
He's been here for a while.
Oh, has he? Fantastic. Jack, did you know we're doing a lore stream and you've actually got a mention on the lore document?
Oh no.
He's actually he's not in the voice channel. I don't know where the fuck he is then. Everyone put
was.
foot reacts. Anyway, well, I see a
No,
message
don't
from
give him Hall
Jack
of
without
Fame.
foot reacts.
Don't give him Hall of Fame, you fuckers. Stop it. You're giving him so many coins.
Yeah, but every time he shows up there, it says it's because of foot reactions.
He's gonna put those feet right into Amuleth.
Well, I'm fine with that.
Fuck
Two
you.
people in the voice chat are fine with that.
Disgusting.
So, Sally Mordred. Atronach, I don't know why I'd be asking you, but can you confirm that Sally has in fact dressed as Mordred now?
Oh yeah, actually, there was, I believe, one time. There's not really a clear picture. It's like silhouetted, but I believe yes, she had done.
I see. And how much are you charging for access to this picture?
Too much. Too much. More than
Chat,
more
does
than you
anyone
can
have too
afford.
much money?
I would need permission
fucking
first,
wish I
and
had
I
that
believe
problem,
she's
then.
asleep.
Oh,
I would need permission, and I believe she's asleep. I don't. Not doing that.
what a fucking simp.
I know. It's disgusting, right? Ain't it disgusting?
Fucking need permission. I thought you were a man. What is this?
Yeah, just go rape her, sister.
Yeah.
I go that far.
Cosplay is consent, as you know.
Oh yeah, I've seen those signs at the Star Wars conventions. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
If wait, cosplay is consent. If we dress like sluts, rape our guts, isn't that what that's what it is? Yeah. Base.
Never heard that one. But
No, you haven't heard that one.
I wish I never heard that one.
Well, now you
well,
know.
now
Congratulations.
Wow, Ginger, it seems like, it's a skill issue you're having, huh?
Go rape or be a man. Die 2023.
Hey, some things I get quoted on are like people at me with them like months or years later. I'm like, oh, that was a spicy one. that I said there.
There's that one I mentioned to you from the one you said to Doc.
Oh yeah, I do. I genuinely, when I think back on that, I do feel bad because he had been shot, and I was just like, "Oh, good."
No. I actually I quoted it then, and I went and found the quote. So the context I gave for it is Die after hearing Doc allegedly has been shot. I don't care. That's your quote.
I don't even know what was in my mind.
The quote was, "I don't care."
It's like that video of that kid who's like, "I don't care that you broke your elbow."
No, but then,
Let's just die.
because everyone around immediately after was like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And I'm like, "Wait, was he actually shot?" And everyone was like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh no, oh no."
Oh, that's when you double down.
I should have.
Got shot
Honestly,
twice.
I fucking should have. But the
Shoot him
thing is,
again.
I'd already
wish I
made him
did.
laugh. He'd already been mad at me because I made him laugh, and he had stitches and was like in recovery. So
Bruh.
I felt bad.
Open up a new wound from laughing too hard.
Yeah, no, I do feel bad when I think back on that. But I made him laugh out of everyone that day. So
Which was a
I
bad
don't
thing
feel
because he was
But,
injured.
yeah,
That
depends
was-
how you look on it.
It was along the lines of Trigg's Nuka moment, actually.
It's just
Not
so
co-
fuck-
I mean, it was
Not
more.
coming
You at least you were just indifferent, as opposed to being in favor of what happened.
that is true. Uzlu, fucking Uzlu. I'll never forget that one because Uzlu.
Fucking doing
do you
that.
have the voice recording of that still?
It'll
do.
be somewhere. Someone will have it. I don't know if I
Okay.
have it. So triggered
If you want
Nuka's
me to
hot,
post it, I
hot
can
rape.
bring it up.
The amount of
Yeah.
times I've seen that clip,
It's so
I die
good.
every single time. It's so good.
Wait, which clip? Oh.
There you
Somebody
go.
has the clip, right? Yeah,
If
there
you're
it
is.
if you're wanting to play it, it's in live chat.
Play that shit.
When this happened, me and Coatrack were DMing, I think, because you'd messaged me being like, "Oh my god, I can't."
I don't remember what I sent to you, but if I sent anything, but I do remember sending to him that even by my standards, that was a massive faux pas or whatever.
Yeah, it was. That was one of his best moments, I would say.
It was one of his moments.
Sure was.
Everyone who's an STD.
Basically, as I said on that fucking stream, I lost my virginity at 14 when I was raped. Hot.
This silence is real time. This is not paused. This is real time silence.
Yes.
There it is.
And
That's the end.
the little bit of noise you heard during it was died now, not.
Yeah, that was me laughing. There was literally pure silence for like a good few seconds after, and it was just like immediately when that happened, I was like, "Holy shit!" The chat when that happened just fucking erupted as well.
Dude, I fucking can't. That's such like a memer thing to say. Dude, it's so instinctual. You know how instinctual he must have been, just like he's so used to just saying like things like that.
No,
I got
he
raped.
full on
Hot.
thought. Yeah, no, he full on was like. After it was like, oh, I thought he was memeing at first because he said it so like deadpan, and it was like, no, he was being full on serious with his fucking traumatic event. Trick's quite base, man.
That's one of those things where it's like you hear it online and you just like you have a certain reaction to it, but if you hear it in real life, you'd be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," or something. But like you hear it online, your immediate thought is to go fucking meme back.
It's just doesn't help because Nuka's accent and
Did I ever sing
everything,
out?
and
Or is it me?
he took it like a champ. To be fair, though,
Got
like
her.
he didn't. Oh, am I? Sorry, hold on.
Well, he does know that if you don't want to have something really held against you, to lean into it, which was obviously what he was doing. I mean, he took that clip, and sent it to me. That's how I have it. He knew
That's
how to
crazy.
handle. He knew how to handle an incredibly embarrassing.
Was that recorded on the stream, or was that just like clipped
That was
like
the
during
stream.
voice? Okay. I was gonna say, so that would have been awkward if he was just recording like randomly.
Well, no,
voice chat.
that would be weird.
I'm glad it was fucking recorded though.
Have I stopped cutting out?
You sound better so far.
Yeah, eventually he learned to really embrace his meme. He was
No,
kind of
that one
almost
he was
proud.
quick.
He was kind of proud of it, I would say.
Yeah, I'd be proud of it. I wish it was me. I wish I said that. I'd wear that fucking like a badge of honor.
Dude, everyone at Trig and tell him he's based.
No.
Oh, but no, he needs to be reminded of how great that was. Be nice to have him in here for a stream at some point.
Die, look at this.
What? Both of my best friend's parents have died this week. Oh. I mean, you know, we can just...
Nice.
Ah!
He brought it back. The old bait and switch.
Fuck you! Fucking cunt, man.
What just happened, Di?
Oh, there's a picture of Jack's
He's been
face.
fucking like, what are they called? Jump scaring me with Jack's face on stream. He's like, oh, why don't you look at stream, Di? I want to show you something, and it's fucking Jack.
You're not even fading in a great way. Nice.
I think Jack is in chat. Yeah, he is.
Is he actually in there now? Hey,
He's in
Jack,
voice,
you're
yeah.
there. Congratulations, Jack. You are a horrific jump scare to die. You've made
Get it
it in
because you
life.
jump with your feet?
Got him!
Boo.
All right, Atronach, pick one of these items. Or if you like, we can scroll to a different point on the list.
Okay, let me see what we got here. How Di found her way to Cabal. That sounds like a good one.
Oh, jeez.
I'm down to hear about that little tidbit.
Do we even remember?
Roughly.
There was a lot. There was a lot that led up to me coming here.
Yeah, she had to roll her wheelchair over to her computer, hit
Well,
join.
how much do you know of the drunken peasants?
Enough. I know about the Drunken Peasants. That's the Amazing Atheist podcast, right?
Yeah, I was a mod in his Discord server.
You were a mod?
Yeah. I talked
Fucking
to
Janny.
him.
I was an admin
Yeah.
of the wiki, and I was made an admin purely for my personality. I never did a day's work. I
Yeah,
literally
I was a
didn't do it for
femoid,
free.
so I immediately got roles. So
Of course. Oh, fuck. Of course those guys. God
No,
damn it. I
it's
should have known.
Yeah. I was given roles, and then I climbed up the ranks quite quickly because femoid powers, and
Fucking slept
quickly
your way to the
became.
top, you whore.
Well, no, the worst thing is like I ended up becoming one of the many, like, not many I should say, but there were only few competent people that were actually doing anything in that fucking server, and it became really difficult to moderate it because it became way too infested with pedophiles and, and shit. So, and it just basically that server imploded after so much drama, so much fucking drama. Ben like date raped fucking Scotty's girl and fucking did all sorts of stuff with fans, and then there was money with TJ and them, and then they broke up and Ben took the Drunken Peasants.
And then there was the banana thing and the oil.
Oh no, that was way before actually. That was way before. TJ embraced that long ago. Like he would always talk about it like he didn't care because people would always post and meme at him about it. But eventually the Drunken Peasants fell apart because there was a lot of like infighting with the mods. The mods started like turning on each other, banning people, also like going behind other people's backs and doing weird like, psyop niggerly like nonsense. And eventually the whole server just collapsed in on of itself. And then Uzalu was in the Drunken Peasants. I don't remember when you joined, but we met there. I can't remember if I was a mod at that point or if I was just like they'd given me the bourgeoisie role or something. If you remember that
specifically.
chat. Yeah, because so the way that server worked was that like the mods would give people a role called the bourgeoisie, which would give them access to just a popular people's channel. And back then, everyone could see the channel, but they couldn't go into it, so there was no option to be able to hide it from people. So eventually, people in the plebeians, because that's what they called them. Funny enough, the plebeians started getting mad because they would see the cool club people always up in the channel where the plebs couldn't reach, and they started freaking out. And I can't remember when you came in, because you were on the Drunken Peasants, the actual stream a few times, right?
I think I joined long before that, though.
Yeah, no, you joined long before that, but I think you were given a role after you had been on the stream or beforehand.
Maybe. I was on the stream in no earlier than 2017.
Yeah, so we were talking before that then, definitely. Yeah, so you were probably given the bourgeoisie or some other role that allowed you to go into the channel. Well, we did go down to the plebeians every now and then. But I remember when we met and you were like, I'll let you speak for that. How you describe our meetup.
Yes, so I joined the server and I see a attractive female avatar, and I join it out of curiosity because it's a Drunken Peasant server. There aren't many of those around. I joined the channel, listen for a few minutes, and it turns out
very few.
It turns out the attractive female avatar has an attractive female voice, and that's where the glorious relationship begun. I flirted outrageously with Dai for weeks, basically, and eventually, I don't know what the exact path was, but you found your way to Cabal through us befriending each other there.
I'm almost certain that you actually did give me a link to your server immediately on meeting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You immediately gave me a link to your server when we met, but I was still active in the Drunken Peasant server for a while, and then I think when that whole thing fell apart, I think I got you involved, or I was telling you of the drama happening in the Drunken Peasants because people were going to Kraut as well, and you were having drama with Kraut around that time.
I think I was having drama in cooperation with Kraut around that time, actually.
Yes, yeah. It was. I can't remember. It's all kind of jumbled, but people were going to Kraut and then going to you, and basically the refugees were scattering because the Drunken Peasants ended up falling apart on itself. And I remember I went into your place telling you of what was going on and all the drama that was happening, because it wasn't just me that went there, because I remember Sword of Storms and a few other people joined that were in the mod team joined in here, which by the way he got arrested.
Yeah, I think not a single one of the DP Wiki team have not either been involved in personal mutilation or some sort of crime or killed themselves or something.
It's actually wild. I think there's besides me and maybe Eggs, which is hilarious to think about. Me and Eggs are probably the only people that didn't end up in jail or with some weird fucking mental problem, which is wild to say because of poor Eggs. I feel for him, man. But
yeah, he was the most normal out of all of them in the end.
Yeah, he still is around sometimes, but he immediately is like, go watch my Skeptic High stuff.
Oh my! He doesn't still say that, did he?
He still does, yes.
That's an animation he started literally 10 years ago?
Well,
not 10 years ago, but 8 years ago now, and apparently he hasn't finished it still.
I remember when he started it.
Yeah.
But he seems the most well-rounded out of them. Fancy became a tranny.
Did he?
Yeah.
I knew he was a pedo. I didn't know he was a tranny.
He's called Francine now.
Same thing. Oh, wait, not the Francine in Cabal, right?
No, not
Luckily
the
not.
Francine.
Jesus.
Yeah. Fucking Sword of Storms got arrested for rape. Chris got arrested for producing child pornography.
Bro.
Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, that server was, it was a lot of atheists happen to be, at least in that server, they're just filled with pedophiles and Satanists or some other fucking
here's your
people.
PSA, boys and girls: accept God into your life, accept Jesus into your heart, and you won't be a pedophile.
I mean, as soon as I got out of there, my life improved immensely. When I got away from those fucking
As soon
demons.
as you started to main Cabal, your life improved immensely.
I remember I used to watch Amazing Atheists when I was a edgy middle schooler.
That's exactly what I was doing. I was 15,
Literally
14 to 15 when I started watching him, and then I was a mod when I was 16, 17, going, and then up to 18. And then there was just so much shit going on there.
I think I stopped watching to a TJ for like a year, and then the Colossal's Crazy video came out, and I was like, oh, I'm so glad I left. Wow, what a fucking degenerate.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of sus things about TJ if you look back far enough. Like, he's said some really like odd things about like the age of consent and like 12-year-old girls. Like, there's some stuff that have been like, But he literally has a micro penis, which they're known to be weird like that. So
we're gonna have this this conversation about TJ's penis on every one of these streams.
But yeah, so essentially once DP fell apart, I went to Uzu's place, and that's kind of where it all started, I should say.
Yeah. So, Dai, would you quickly run me through what each of the DP members ended up doing? So, Fancy, Badger...
He's a tranny. He still does streams and stuff, apparently. But he's now a fucking weird tranny.
Let's, can I format these, like... This.
Like, he had just to give you an idea of the type of person Fancy is, he had a mental breakdown because he didn't know how to break an egg. I had to coach him how to break an egg because he was hungry, and he was like, "Oh, there's nobody here to cook me food." And I was like, "Well, why don't you get up off your ass and cook your own food?" He's like, "Oh, I don't know how." I was like, "Well, why don't you do something simple, like just like make an egg or something?" And he's like, "Oh, well, how do I crack an egg?" And I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean?"
Oh, so it wasn't because you couldn't crack an egg, it's because you were being mean to him about it.
No, he actually couldn't. He didn't know how to crack an egg. I had to send him videos on how to crack an egg, and he failed. He failed to crack the egg, and he came back crying and screaming at me about how he's going to have to explain the broken egg to his mom and like try. And I'm like, just say you fucking dropped it on the floor. Like what? And he's like threw his phone against the wall and started screaming over a broken egg. Like, he was unhinged as fuck, dude. When I think back on it, man, Jesus.
Dai's had a
crazy.
really positive history with men.
Yeah, it's not been great, man. It's not been great.
So, Dai, who else? What happened to Steve-O?
Steve-O, from what I think Steve-O is still okay. Like, from what I remember, I don't remember him being told like he did anything odd. That he might have. But Eggs would have mentioned it. Eggs, I think, went to college or is still currently in college and seems to be like actually trying to be a productive human being, which was nice to know. Fucking Sword of Storms. He, from what I've heard, he got arrested for rape.
I put
or
that
attempted rape. It's either rape or attempted rape. I don't remember which one it was.
Is there any other one? I've got Fancy, Lance, and Sword of Storms. Who else?
Christopher wasn't a mod, but he was.
He wasn't DP Wiki admin. That's what I'm listing here.
Okay, yeah. The others, Inos was the main one. He moved on to the Kraut server. I don't really know what he's doing ever since then. Like, I have no clue. He was a massive troll from last I heard, and he is still being a troll. Who else was there? There was
I feel
others,
like we're forgetting someone. Do you remember Lovisa?
Lovisa? Yes, I do. I remember. Yes, I do.
That is extremely deep lore.
Yeah, I remember. Dude. Lovisa!
I remember one of the first memes someone made referencing me was like Steve-O's dignity as a grave and Uzulu labeled as the person dancing on it. Or like, no,
Yeah.
Steve-O's hopes and dreams, and that because like Levi said something nice to me and Steve-O was just fucking almost ready to kill himself because she had.
Dude. Oh, apparently Sword as well attempted suicide a few times. He really went off the deep end, which surprised me because he seemed to when we were talking, he seemed like one of the few like okay people.
Yeah, he didn't seem that odd.
Yeah, but you know.
DP Wiki, where are they now? That's filled in.
Yeah, I'm sure we're forgetting some people, but it's not coming to mind right now.
Let's come back to that whole area another time, because we still have Atronach here, and I want Atronach to pick something else. So I'll go to a different area. Atronach, any of these grab your interest or take your fancy for us to cover?
All right, let me see.
We can try to scroll to a different part of the document as well, if you like. Well, this is all older stuff. We can go to an area with newer stuff if you like.
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna peruse this. Oh, how about ISIS is looking for Chase? That sounds like a good one.
That I don't think is actually based on anything. It's just one of those like apocrypha things that you'd add to the. It might have been based on some conversation that happened in Cabal years ago, which has been long forgotten. But as far as I'm concerned, all apocrypha is true, and it should be treated as such. So yes, ISIS is looking for Chase. I don't know about depth on this one because it's completely apocryphal. Apocryphal, true. Depth, I don't know. 5, and then description. I think better would be like the King of Jordan. Let's put the Queen of Jordan thing on here. Chase's queen is hot. There we go. So, description. Chase lives in the Middle East and isn't always 100% halal and doesn't always act 100% in accordance with the diktats of Islamic morality. See his Honeypop streams for more info. It has been suggested that ISIS is pursuing him for what's a good adjective for beheading, like beheady purposes, or for like Islamic, for religious re-education purposes. There we go. And description, apocryphal. ISIS is pursuing him for religious re-education purposes.
That was a lot shorter and sweeter than I expected it to be.
Yeah. Let's put religious correction, because that can imply fucking beheading. There we go. There's that one. All right, we've got that now. Nice.
Inshallah.
Done. Right.
May Chase be awarded his 42 virgins.
Indeed. Some say there is a secret Uzabot command to mute Jack.
I fucking wish.
Chat, press 1 if you would like this feature to be added. UFO suicide note's already been essentially covered by the other one. Do you guys want to hear about the USB election stream?
Say that again?
The USB election, is this still a thing? No, it looks like it isn't on here still. It's a shame. What if we do equals USB? Yes, it's still there. Okay, so this is. I'll just go through this quickly, but it's something that I was quite proud of, that other people have been impressed with. My most popular stream ever, the coverage of the 2020 election. It was like a 12-hour stream. It was all the rigging was covered, all the everything. Had like over 1,000 viewers because I was still on YouTube at the time. I ran the entire stream from an operating system running on a 32 gig USB stick.
Started from the bottom, now we're here, huh?
That was like 5 years after I started YouTube, but it's close enough. Yeah, I was in the middle of working on like a new Linux install at the time, and so at the time I just didn't have an OS ready. Thank you, years. And so I had to use this, just like, oh shit, because you can do that on Linux. You can get an OS running off a USB stick. So I just had to shove an OS on the USB stick, plug it in, and run it. And there's a lot of things on Linux where if it's like, or not just Linux actually, but in general, where if it's disk dependent, it slows down the whole system, and the USB stick is slow. So it did slow down the whole system when I tried to do certain things. But yeah, that was it. If I had pulled out that USB stick, the whole thing would have just failed. And people have generally been impressed that I did that. My 1,000 viewers, my most popular stream. USB stick election stream. Title. Let's just stick with that. USB stick election stream. Depth. That'll do. And description. Oozaloo ran his most popular stream covering the US 2020 presidential election from an OS on a USB stick. This is generally considered inadvisable, to say the least. Year 2020, month 11, day 3, I think. Arguably 4, but whatever. That'll do. That's that one covered. All right. Anything else? Dio Atronach, first one to pick something.
Let's see.
I'll do that in a sec, yes?
Oozaloo was the first VTuber?
Yeah, we can do that. Let me add this quickly. Trivia is also the stream. And Oozaloo. Well, let's do during which. Oozaloo first VTuber.
It's like when Harry met Sally.
Oh god.
When Yiz met Oozaloo.
I hope you don't mean Harry and Sally from Cabal. I hope they haven't met.
Oh, I hope not too. Oh, I mean, if they did, then Harry would want to see Sally get that BBC.
Yeah.
While he sits in the corner.
Yeah, that sounds like him. Chat equals Harry.
I always want to sit in the corner.
Equals Harry. There it is.
NGL Bane was doing the proto-VTuber anime phase PNG programs. Fine, it doesn't matter, TeleG. I didn't imagine that I was the first. Like, I am by no means the first to have a live animated avatar. I think that's been done for decades. Maybe not decades, but at least a decade. What I did was in 2017, but the first is an apocryphal thing, but early, yeah. So, Oozaloo was the first. So, depth. This is fairly well known in Cabal. Description. Back in 2017, 2018, I'm not sure exactly, but Oozaloo once set up a program to animate a
The Harry thing is just
model of his.
It's disgusting every time you read it, isn't it?
It's not even. I don't even read it anymore. It's just when I see it, I'm reminded, and it's like, oh. God.
It's incredible to me that anybody could be that fucking deranged. Like, you had to have been abused as a child, right?
The only
Like
thing
you
can
had
do,
to have been.
The only thing you can do for these lot is to put a bullet in their head, man. That's all you can.
Agreed. Face the wall. Let's go.
There's no saving them.
Chat, I reckon I can find the actual video of this happening. Not of Harry being shot, although I would if I could, but.
Well, it's yet to be produced. I'll start filming next week, actually.
Well, let's hope so. Is it here? Yeah, it should. Oh, wait. Oh, if these all been uploaded out of order, that would kind of suck. I should be able to find it eventually. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's very important to note that what I was saying in this video was not, like, smart. It wasn't true.
Oh, Ginger.
So June 28th, 2017. And the model isn't very good. But
Who
was
made
it.
that? Who made the model?
Dialogue between the two groups that used to form the so-called skeptic community. Now, I've made no small matter of my distaste for the one of these two groups that I'm not part of, and I have no intention to stop being honest in that area.
Right, that's all you get.
God, you sound so
was it.
different.
Do I?
Yeah,
I
that's
think
a
it's
very
just a different
different sounding,
Ginger.
very different sounding Uzulu.
Just
What month is June? 6th?
Do we chalk the voice change up to balls finally dropping, or is that just a better mic?
I think it's the mic. Also, different filters. And also like a very different voice that I use while recording.
The avatar reminds me of another person, because the actual like art is reminiscent of other people's art at the time when they were doing these kind of videos.
Oh, I have something really awful I could say.
What? Say it. Say it. Say it.
Reminds me of Dev.
How so?
Just it kind of like
It's the art style.
the art style of the avatar. It's very like flat kind of looking.
I don't think the art style is similar. It is obviously flat, like cartoonish, but I don't think it's similar to Dev's. But I made this myself in Photoshop, this avatar.
Oh.
You just move the mouth like individually with each like frame, or did you have it actually like synced to your
it
lips?
was that would have taken fucking ages. No, I used a software called Construct 2, if anyone's heard of that, and a bunch of PNGs of the individual layers, and I animated it the same way that the HoloLive Live 2D models are animated, except I just animated the mouth, and the other stuff was animated like rhythmically, or maybe slightly dependent on the audio input. But unlike with the HoloLive and VTubers, where they have a camera showing their face and they have motion tracking and all that stuff, I only had audio input, so I just had one signal, but it was obviously moving very quickly. So I was able to use that, and after a long time, I figured out a good algorithm to make the mouth look like it was moving with my voice. It's still not great, but it's still better than any lip syncing in HoloLive, which is really annoying to me because they could do it so much better, but for some reason, it sucks.
So what you're saying is you're a real programmer, huh?
Yeah, actually.
Even in anime, it's gotten worse. It seems like too.
Where's the stockings? Where's the coder stockings?
By the way, Uzulu, one thing we definitely have to add to this is T.
He's already on here.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Did we go? When did we?
That's such a big event. Like he should be in there.
T in space. A young retard who thought it was a good idea to do an actual terrorism in the UK. He was briefly in Cabal and failed to secure an escape route to France via canal boat, but still got arrested and is now in prison. Also definitely Turkish.
I remember when everyone would post bugs under his every comment he made.
I don't think I was in Cabal yet when that happened, but I was in Athens when that shit was going down, and man, that was a shit storm.
Yeah.
I remember when what was it? Not Sally. The other one. The other S.
Mordred.
Sam. I remember Sam was involved with that because she knew T as well.
Yeah.
The other femoid.
Yeah, the other femoid we don't talk about.
So, we will end fairly soon, but let's pick one or two more. What would you two like to see? Let's skip down to here, where we haven't really looked that much yet. Oh, we did look at the beginning of the stream, but now that Atronach's here, anything new that's interesting there?
Let's see. Uzulu literally killed Kraut by asking him to listen.
You did mention that earlier.
We mentioned that earlier, and there is a specific meme that I really want to find from years ago that I've never found since I first saw it. It's really good. I want to know if anyone has it. No one posted it yet, so I may not have found it. Find it. That's why that's there. So we can't do that yet.
Nigger faggot initiation ritual.
Why is rape the tranny on here?
Rape.
I don't know. That was an Eliza thing. I don't know what the origin was. I was hoping you'd remember, actually.
Fucking rape the why? I have no clue, man.
What was the one that you just mentioned, Atronach?
The nigger faggot initiation ritual.
Everforge as well, isn't the one?
Everforge is one of the oldest references. It's only newer than the origin of the Uzulu name itself. We'll cover that another time. Let's do nigger faggot initiation ritual, because that's something that we all know pretty well.
Well, is this just adding everyone with nigger faggot and saying if they stay?
One, it's so well known. Description. So, the nigger faggot initiation ritual. The idea is as follows. If a federal agent is sent to sit in Cabal and monitor us, federal agent or anyone who's generally hostile to Cabal and wants to observe us, or maybe even try to integrate and gain power in the server, especially then, it's not particularly likely that their place of employment would allow them to say nigger faggot. Now, undercover intelligence operatives have been allowed to kill to keep their cover before, so we're obviously not assuming that that's the case. But this is not the kind of situation where that kind of extent would be allowed. They probably have like dozens of servers they're monitoring. They're sitting in an office somewhere, surrounded by other people who are listening to them, and if they have to loudly say nigger faggot in the middle of their office, they might genuinely get in trouble. So it's supposed that the nigger faggot challenge might actually be a small speed bump for actual federal agents who are in Cabal, but isn't much of a problem for confident, independent, normal people. And so whenever we suspect someone might be a federal agent, or just to help them get roles, we demand that they say nigger faggot in voice. If they fail to, that's a bit sus. If they succeed, well done. That's not something that your handler at the FBI prevents you from saying. And I want to make it clear as well that despite certain people trying to get the nigger faggot initiation ritual recognized as mandatory, it certainly isn't and never will be.
Why not?
Because Cabal is an open server for all perspectives.
If it's open, they should be able to say nigger faggot. What's wrong with that?
No compelled speech. That same argument could be used to express why you should say pronouns.
You literally fucking silenced me, okay? I want to hear that from you.
On my
Silence,
platform.
wench. Silence, nigger faggot.
Compelled speech. No, it's memes.
Cabal's a free speech server, but not every single location in it is open to everyone to
aware.
talk all the time. So hence the stream.
Yeah. It's okay. Listen, guys, it's okay if your girlfriend's boyfriend doesn't let you say nigger faggot. It's all right. We're gonna hold it against you.
Oh, Christ.
An optional test intended to potentially challenge federal agents.
Dude, most
who
feds
may
just
not
say they're fucking in the
be
police
allowed.
in here anyway, and then I've noticed that
such
quite a bit.
things. An optional test intended to potentially challenge federal agents who may not be allowed to say such things. The way I've constructed this, an optional
We've
test.
many people that said that they've been in the police or in that kind of sphere, and they just fucking full on say it. Don't even hide it much anymore.
Optional test for new users intended to potentially challenge federal agents who may not be allowed to say such things. Ritual demands that a user simply enter voice and say, nigger faggot. Maybe it's totally ineffective, but either way, it's still funny. The test is not, and never will be, mandatory. When did it start? It was either 2020 or 2021 it started, I think. I'm going to put 2021. Going true. There we go. Okay, that one's done. Let's pick just one or two more. What would you guys like from this list?
Oh, I'll let I choose. I've been choosing a bunch.
I can scroll somewhere else if you want.
1488 voice channel count?
That one's quite simple. You'll notice that all the stage channels have a different number of maximum users. The reason to have a maximum number in the first place is that makes it show the current number. Without that, it doesn't show the current number of people in there. I'm not able to see how many people are in a channel at any given time. But there's never as many as 76 or 88 in a channel. However, if the maximum limit is 88 and you have 14 members in the channel, then it says 1488, and that's a funny number. If the maximum number is 76 and you have 17 people in the channel, that's 1776. That's also a funny number. And then we also have one channel where the maximum limit is 37, hence 1337, another funny number. That's all it is.
Okay. And what about the Wizard Chamber Pot?
That is my shitposting channel, which I've mentioned before. Mentioned in these streams, and I think there's actually still quite a lot of funny content there from the history of my presence on YouTube. I'll put a link to it actually. Give me a sec. Does that link to it? Yes, it does. There you go, chat. I almost never upload there, but there's a bunch of old shitposty videos there. Some of them are kind of funny still.
Can you talk about the V-rate?
Yeah, I was saying the V-rate sounds pretty good.
That was... I think with the V-rate, all we did was... We tried to do the same thing as we did with the Aiden raid. We tried to do the same thing we did with the Aiden raid. With the Aiden raid, 40 of us joined her server at the same time and just chilled. And that was good times. It rekindled a friendship with Aiden that's still going. We tried to do the same thing with V, and V's server moderators did not take it well. V himself was okay, at least after the fact, but V's people took it very poorly. Most of us got banned for saying nigger, which is not something they should be restricting. V is a free speech advocate. His server should not ban the word nigger. And again, I want to make it clear, I rebuke any alleged free speech advocate who hosts a community where free speech is not permitted. Even if the platform doesn't permit it, who fucking cares what the platform says? V is among those I would rebuke in that way. Many of us got banned for saying nigger on his server, and it generally just seemed like a pretty shitty environment. Not as bad as Athens, but not great either.
There's very few that's as bad as Athens.
Yeah. Uzlu created logo. Yeah. Did you know that, Atronach?
No, I actually did not know that.
Yeah. The logo that he uses with the V and then the wings on either side. I made that for him in 2017, I think.
Ah, very nice. That's an interesting little tidbit there.
Yep. And it's funny when people...
Oh, go ahead.
People join my chats as if they're like raiding from V and they post the V logo and I'm like, oh, cool, my logo.
They don't understand that we were well ahead of the curve on the raiding aspect of things.
There's only happened.
I never really
V lights. Can you really expect much from them?
I never really watched V. I think no. He did like his little things on Sargon's channel for a while. With the
fucking creep.
He was just kind of a bit cringe. I couldn't get past the voice. I think it was a bit hard to listen to for me. But actually,
I used to listen to him a lot, but the voice, dude, it's tough.
Would you like me to actually regale you guys about how I got into the sort of skeptic community back in the day?
Sure.
So I shouldn't say used to. I still play a little game called League of Legends.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Kill yourself.
Everybody flame me in chat. Type 1 in chat if I'm
I'm
a
surprised you
game
haven't
retard
killed
for playing that
yourself,
game.
honestly.
We've been close. That game drives even the most sanest men to the depths of
Dude,
insanity.
my ex used to be a competitive Dota player.
Oh, weep for humanity. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
So anyway, back in the olden days of League, there was a creator that was featured on their website by the name of JonTron. He did a little fucking
Oh my god, JonTron.
Who's that?
parody.
Never heard of him.
Are you joking?
It used to be. Yeah, no, he's definitely joking.
I have heard of him, but barely.
Yeah, so I got into watching JonTron's videos. He did a little like League parody. And then from that point forward, he did a live stream with Sargon of Akkad. And I was like, oh, cool. One of my people that I watch on YouTube was doing
Well,
this
you came
stream.
in from that route. I was on the exact other side of that.
Wow.
I was sitting there with Sargon discussing it. And you came in through that route. That's funny.
So literally, I had the League of Legends to JonTron to Sargon Pipeline, and here I am. So that's what brought me all the way here. Because then the whole fucking adpocalypse on YouTube happened, and that's when they had that big live stream with like Sargon had the live stream with Philip DeFranco, I think Arch, and who else was there? Boogie, and like they had all these people on this live stream talking about PewDiePie getting fucking canned by the Wall Street Journal. And that kind of just led down trickled all the way down to here. So that is my story.
Fair enough. Yeah.
That's
That
fun,
I actually
man.
haven't heard anyone say that that's been their route through JonTron. That's interesting. Because I know that Sargon did do that stuff with him. I even know that Sargon was in at least one voice call with PewDiePie back in the day.
That was my introduction to Destiny. That's how I learned about Destiny. Was when Destiny fucking debated JonTron after that. And I watched that debate and I was like, ooh, I kind of agree with JonTron, but he's like not making good points here. And Destiny was just...
I got introduced to Sargon during when he was on Drunken Peasants, and I think I'd met you before I'd seen him Uzulu. But yeah, no, I can't believe you got in through JonTron.
Yeah, it's funny the way how things work, ain't it?
The world, man. It's works in mysterious ways.
I mean, let's back to being a long way ahead, dude.
Yeah.
Based.
And
Listen,
Zen-Man, how did you get to me through Goodfella? I've never interacted with him.
Goodfella?
Yeah, apparently Zen-Man went through Dr. Vanamakan, then Goodfella, then me. I don't think I ever interacted with him. I don't think there's anything wrong with him, though. I remember him being a cool guy. I never talked to him, though. Like, I just observed from afar. How the hell did you find me through Computing Forever?
We need to go and fuck some other servers up like we used to, man.
We
I
probably
feel
should,
like that's
yeah.
what we're missing.
The
We
more
haven't done it in
actual
so
outreach. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we
But
probably
like
should,
the problem
yeah.
is we can't have it. We can't have it connected because the reason I think we can't do it as we used to is because it's so easy to just have things reported and then immediately have the server taken down for it. So
we have to
it would have
therefore
to be done
do
through a psyop.
polite raids and all psyops, yeah.
Yeah.
Head
Or
back to
propaganda.
Calroyans, make another nigger tower.
That was fun, yeah. We used to do that kind of thing much more often, and I am perfectly happy to continue doing it. We just have to be careful not to be like too obviously hostile. And what we should do is just like have feelers out in other communities and be ready to just post Cabal propaganda in them. But the thing is, I also don't want anyone to ever leave Cabal. You can't have other communities besides mine. But no, yeah, I the thing is, if there are other communities that are of like similar to Cabal that are better, then I want to know it so that I can be better than them, so I can actually improve Cabal so we're better than them. But I don't know of any. If I ever find
Most
one,
other servers are fucking
me know.
dead on here.
Yeah.
Like it's actually most of the servers I'm in. There's never anyone in them. Like.
Well, they're either like too big, or like mods are too gay, or just some other like stupid bullshit. Like I tend to find a lot of Discord servers themselves are just either there's not much you can do in them, or just like over fucking monitoring of things makes it not fun.
Yeah, because before you could, like in most places you could like, when you join a server, you could actually do stuff. But like with the new stuff they've added. It's like you join in and like, oh, you have to be active or do this thing for a certain amount of weeks before you can even actually have access to certain like basic channels. Not that Cabal does that. I'm just saying like that's what the common thing is for most servers now, especially like big servers. There's just fucking, you can't do anything on them when you join.
Yeah. I've told you guys that I've been writing a new, basically, Cabal charter. If it was a nation, it would be a constitution, but charter is a more generic term for it. And one of the qualifications I've added on there is that there will never be any formal initiation ritual. No formal initiation requirements in Cabal. The moment you join Cabal, you can type in commons. That must always be true, no matter what.
Blood rituals? Why did you get rid of the blood rituals?
But that's what you just said was a good thing, and that's one of the things I want to have as like a eternally, even after I'm gone, have this document here so that.
Where are you going?
I say after I'm gone. I don't intend to go anywhere, but theoretically, like I want to design a charter so that anyone theoretically could run Cabal as well as I have. And do and intend to continue to do so. Like it would be like if I suddenly died and someone else needed to make a new Cabal, then they could make one that would run about as good as this.
You need a successor, man. That's all you need.
Name a successor. Pass off the hat like a fucking Indiana Jones.
Yes.
Indy 4. Start pass off the hat to Shia LaBeouf.
But yeah, the idea is that people can refer to the document and say like, this is how Cabal should be forever. And obviously the document doesn't enforce anything, but people will know what to enforce from the document, just like the US Constitution.
I think we got to keep the nigger faggot in there. I want it in writing.
That needs to be added to the Constitution.
Remember, everyone, it is not only your right to say nigger faggot, it is your obligation to do so.
Plasma, maybe I should do another one of these law streams where instead of doing law, well, not the law stream, but similar idea, where instead of doing law, I do a stream like writing the charter. Press 1 if you would enjoy a stream where I just work on the Cabal charter with consultation from chat. It might be quite boring, chat. There's going to be a lot of just sitting around waiting while I write things, but I'll obviously be asking questions and getting input from chat as well.
I'd probably take a lot of verses from American law. Well, not perfect. I think it's got the best framework.
It's certainly one of the things I would spiritually based on. Well, I mentioned last time that Liberland has a pretty good constitution. It's seemingly based on the US one, and it's much newer. Make Oozloo stream more. Jackie, are you not entertained? I've streamed every day for the last 5 or 6 days.
He's been streaming a lot this week, yeah. I'm surprised.
I won't be streaming tomorrow, Tuesday, but then I'll be back on Wednesday. Don't worry, chat. Hopefully you guys will find out why I'm not streaming tomorrow, and it'll be worth it.
I'm just gonna leak it right now, chat.
Big plans.
Jokes.
Di doesn't fucking know.
I do know, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
Yeah, I do, actually. Yeah.
Chat, press 1 if you don't believe her.
Because you told me twice.
You're not supposed to say that, Di. You're supposed to keep the joke going for longer to make it more entertaining.
That doesn't mean I didn't forget, still.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
No, he doesn't know people IRL. No, he doesn't.
Not really. I know person IRL.
He knows Mosh.
Oh, you call me a person? Oh.
I've met you once years ago. I don't know if that's really knowing IRL.
At the dead of night as well.
I have never seen Di and the sun in the same place at the same time. She might be the sun.
So that is true, dude. That is very true. Me and
to be fair, Di is only half a person.
The fuck? Right? I have legs, guys.
I love the idea that, like, that would be a totally unfair thing to say if it wasn't so heavily saturated in Cabal lore.
An outsider who's new just hearing that would be like, what the wow, that's just so rude.
Hey, Di, listen, at least in this instance, it's better than being 3/5 of a person, okay?
You know, it's better than being 3 of 12, you're right.
Everything is, though, to be honest.
Yeah, cum coffee.
I have never seen Di and legs in the same place, says Gary. I'm not sure if I ever have, to be honest.
Fine, Chad, I'll post my feet. Jokes.
Oh,
I've never
God.
seen
I won't. I'm not even messing.
she's stirring the pot. Keep it away.
That's okay, Di. Only one
Ah.
person wants you to send your feet.
You know, I've never seen Dai and Potato in the same room together either.
I have.
Oh,
They were the same person, though.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Jack is not here anymore, but Jack, look, it's you. It's you.
You have a fat
Literally.
arm in that picture, but I think that's just because of the angle. To be fair.
Let's finish with the last thing. Di, do you remember
Yes,
Carpo?
of course I do.
Of course we do. Carpo still stops by Cabal occasionally. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
And,
The most recent, what I remember the most was going through. We did a stream to chat where we went through Djinn shit, and I was showing him the monster egg laying dildo. He didn't believe me, so we had to go through the bad dragon and show everyone like what. Do you remember this?
Excuse me?
You're out on a limb
What
here,
the fuck
Di.
did you just say?
Hey, listen. This is
Excuse
Carpo.
the fuck out of me. No. I don't care about Carpo anymore. What the fuck did you say?
So he came in and was like streaming.
He came in? You
Into the
fucking whore.
No, into the chat, and was
I don't
was
want to
streaming.
hear anything more from you.
And then he was going
Get out of
through,
here.
no, he was going through like weird dildo shapes, and I was like, oh, have you seen the alien egg laying one and the bad dragon one? And he was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then we went through all of these weird toys, and chat was with us.
Why do you know about this? Why have you been perusing Bad Dragon on your own time?
I used to be on Tumblr back in the day.
Yeah, there's a
Oh
bit more
my-
to it than that,
okay.
isn't there, Di?
Get her out of here. Tumblr femoid, disgusting.
No. It's why. Listen. I got out of it.
Yeah, now
Relatively
Di
unscathed.
posts Jesus in channels when people mention degeneracy, so she's totally sane now.
I've seen it all. I know how bad it gets, man.
So, if you have a look on
Lord.
the lore document here, I've added a section for trivia about Di, and one of the items is, though she is puritanical now, that may or may not have been different in the past. And then the fourth item is, she once educated Carpo on alien egg-laying dildos.
New entry. Deserved. Something's wrong.
Hey, I'm just trying to educate my homies out there,
Yes, why did you just Google alien egg-laying dildo?
Listen,
Oh no.
did they believe? They probably didn't believe it was real. And I bet you were when you realized that it was in fact real, and there were many of them.
See, chat, I have never
That's-
seen pornography, so I wouldn't know. I
That's a
certainly
fucking
wouldn't know
lie.
that they're called ovipositors. Anyway, let's go to the next thing.
Yes, you were there. You were fucking there, acting like you didn't know
think
what
I
I
was
was
there,
talking
yeah.
about.
Anyway, so it's okay for me to admit it. It's not okay for you to admit it, though. You're the wrong gender. All right,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
Yeah, true. Woman, disgusting.
it's okay, Di. It's okay, chat. She's a Puritan now.
Yes. To
So-
be fair, I never did anything degenerate myself. I just witnessed a lot of it.
I mean, that's what she's claiming.
No, it's true.
Familiar with the Bad Dragon catalog? Never used it.
Bro, do you know how expensive those
I knew
things
you
are?
were going to say that. You weren't going to say, no, I would never do that kind of thing. You would say, I couldn't afford to do that kind of thing.
No, but I've always thought that toys are just like, nah, stay away from them.
All right. Let's not pry any further, otherwise we'll start entering Hope territory.
That is true. We don't want
Carpo.
that. Nobody wants that.
Carpo, my good friend Carpo, is technically an actual carp merchant and has an open contract with me. Now, Carpo back in the day used to be called Carp Merchant on Discord. Actually, I think he was originally Carp with a C Merchant and then changed it to Carp with a K Merchant and then later Carpo, which he's now known as. Actually, these days he's known by his real name, I think, but I still call him Carpo. And back in the day when he was called Carp Merchant, I set up a nice little exchange with him where, in order to make him a genuine, real, official carp merchant, I signed a contract with him where I owned a penny of stocks in carp anus from him.
What?
Technically meaning that he had sold carp to someone. Therefore, he
Carp
was a
anus?
genuine carp merchant. You see how nice I am, chat?
Carp anus?
Yes.
Why specifically anus?
Don't know, it was funnier. There's a picture of it somewhere, of the contract. See if I can
Oh,
find it.
I got scared. I thought there was a picture of carp anus. I didn't want to see that.
Nobody would want to see that.
You might want to see it, you fucking degenerate.
No,
Yeah, you are.
no.
A bit of a
No.
degenerate.
Egg-laying fucking dildos. Or
She doesn't deny it, she just giggles.
I'm
All
not
right.
a whore for knowing these exist. Calm.
no, you're a whore because you're a woman.
No, I'll have you know I don't sleep around.
I mean, you can just remove the word
You-
around.
You
I
don't sleep. You don't sleep.
That's also
That is also true. Yeah, that is also true.
She can't sleep around. Her legs don't work.
Oh, fuck you.
It's a desert
Fuck
down
you.
there.
I do love how familiar you're being with Di.
Oh.
Oh, I've known Di for years. We go way back.
The thing is, he could be telling the truth. I wouldn't even know. My memory is so bad.
I need to stop drinking so much. Maybe I need to stop drinking so much.
I've known you for a while because I recognize your voice.
Thank you. I am very iconic.
I'm better at remembering voices than any kind of picture or name because people change them all the time.
I don't actually. I don't know where the carp contract is, sadly.
It probably wasn't added onto the thing.
No, I'm not looking in the server. I'm looking in my own files. I think it is here somewhere, but I don't have it still. Or I don't know where it is. Yeah, I'll find it at some point. What's this? No, that's not it. That's interesting. What's this? Ooh, a bunch of details about something that happened in Cabal. That's exactly what I'm looking for, actually. But oh, I know what this was. Yeah, this was all compiled into a video, so I don't really need to have this separate. We'll look into that later. That's something I really that's something I would enjoy going over with you guys. All right, never mind then. I'll find it some other time. We'll get Carpo to find the document. I think he still has a copy, but it's just a piece of paper where he wrote on it, and I posted a digital signature onto it, and so technically, I own 1 penny's worth of stocks in carp anus from him, and so that means technically he's a carp merchant.
What'd you say?
Carp merchant. Come on.
Cock
Heads up.
merchant?
Carp merchant.
Were you not fucking listening
up.
to the last 10
Come on.
minutes, Di?
Sorry, I was reading.
Di, listen. You need to put down the bottle. As a friend, I want to have an intervention here.
No,
with
I
you,
don't
okay?
drink. I actually don't drink though.
I
Well,
don't
then-
believe you. You're Irish.
Then there's something
That's
very
the biggest
wrong.
lie I've ever heard in my entire life.
No, I'm like this naturally.
I heard you just take a swig. You, God damn it.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
she's not
Lucasite
drinking alcohol. She's
Sport.
just drinking bong water.
Put the
Okay, it's
bottle
fine.
down.
It's Lucasite Sport.
It's bong water,
You're
isn't
gonna
it?
make your mother cry. All right, what would she think?
My mother would join me probably.
Yeah, can you confirm, Di, that your milkshake brings all the boys to the yard?
No, I don't leave the house. It would never
Yeah,
happen.
I'm putting Di's milkshake
Oh,
on
she
the
told you
list
she
to
don't
go
leave the
over.
house.
Years. Let me try and find it. Years sent a tip with apparently a message on it. I don't know, Years. I don't know if. I don't know, yeah, there's a certain threshold at which I'll read them.
You fucking bastard. You money grubbing Jew. Read the goddamn donation.
Yiz sent in £2 and said, "You missed my recommendation for the chase thing. It could say decapitative rehabilitation. Amuleth spiral cesspool. Decapitative rehabilitation. I appreciate the
You need to put
recommendation."
down the fucking bottle too.
You both of you would have taken 6 more attempts than I took.
Listen,
It's easy to criticize from a position of non-intervention.
Despite my crippling autism, I could have read that perfectly.
Decapitative rehabilitation.
Decapitative.
No, see, that's the
American.
problem. You would have said it like that, the easy way. I
was
entered
like-
challenge mode straight away. Decapitative.
Mentally challenge mode, more like.
Now that I've said it vocally, you can just base what you say on that, so we can't know how many
fuck
times you
right
would have
up.
failed. But the number you would have failed is definitely above
All right,
10.
when's the fucking Cabal spelling bee? Hold on.
You mean pronouncing bee?
Actually, you're actually pretty funny. You know that?
Oh,
Thank you, Di. Thank you.
You
It's
say,
rare
you
for you to
say
give
that
me a
like it's some
compliment,
big
Di.
revelation. Wait a minute. Why did you say that like it's some big revelation? You didn't expect it. Fuck. You know what, Di? Fuck you. I don't want your backhanded compliment.
You know what? This guy isn't half the retard I thought he was.
You fucking bitch. I thought we had something special here. Just fucking throwing me under.
I complimented you. What do you mean?
That was so backhanded. It was condescending.
Bro,
All right.
men on the today are like, women never compliment me. Fucking gives a compliment. Oh my god, Di, what the fuck? I can't win.
You know, Di, for a cripple, you're actually not that bad as like a human interaction object.
Oh, thanks, man.
See?
Fuck you.
Backhanded compliment.
Get out of here. That was fake. You lying sack of shit. Get out of here.
Oh. Oh, my cheeks hurt.
Wait,
You know,
which
for a
cheeks?
woman,
On
you
my
make quite a good
face!
Discord
On
game.
my face!
I'll make your cheeks hurt. Yeah. Maybe I'll make you walk again after that pounding.
Di, why
Jesus
are your
Christ.
other cheeks on your face? How contorted are you?
I'm smiling. I don't smile often. It hurts. Oh.
Oh man.
Di, sorry, you want whose cheeks on your face?
That's okay.
Listen, I'll
It's
do a lot
one
of
of
things, but I'm
those
not gonna
things-
sit on your face.
Dude, it's one of those things where you say something and then you immediately are like, oh no, they're gonna go in a degen way with this.
Hey, listen, Di, I'll do
You
a
know,
lot,
just
but I won't do
like,
that,
like
okay?
5 minutes ago, well, I was just trying to talk about carp merchantry, and suddenly we're talking about ovipositors because of you.
Why do you know the name? I don't even know the name.
Yes, you did. You just forgot it.
No, I call them the alien egg-laying dildos. That's what I
No.
call them.
Ovi means egg, and positor means positioner or layer. That's how I figured it out. I just know Latin prefixes.
Okay.
Obviously.
Yeah.
You liar, says Gadrick. How dare you? How dare you accuse me of lying, which I'm definitely doing. Alright. We're gonna end the stream there, chat.
True.
Alright. You know, Atronach, you're not half the moron you seem like.
You know what?
Thanks,
you should
Suzalu, I
you should
appreciate
come
that.
back. You should come back more often, man.
I'll give you a comeback.
God, Jesus Christ.
If I'd wanted my comeback, I would have wiped it off your mother's chin.
Oh my God.
That's one to say if someone just returns the same thing you just said.
I'm gonna put that in my back pocket. Keep that for
What,
later.
my cum?
Yeah, absolutely. You know it, big boy.
Alright, next lore item. Atronach has Uzulu's semen in his back pocket.
Jesus. Stop.
Yeah, 3 will put it in his coffee.
Step aside, Mach. There's a new man in town.
Dude,
Wait,
she's gonna re-listen to this later and be like, what the fuck happened when I went to sleep?
Pure, unfiltered degeneracy. And it's all your fault.
Don't
Yeah,
worry much.
Uzulu.
Don't worry much. You're the only one for me. Call me later, Atronach.
You got it, baby.
I think Atronach and I have a budding bromance beginning.
Bromance, is that what you call it nowadays?
Yeah. The only question is who's top.
Korak's not invited.
Oh.
Yeah, Korak's already married to Sally. They're already dealt with. Atronach and I on the
No,
other hand.
I'm married to Sally. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh yeah, it's
You
a
better
love
fight
quadrangle,
Korak
isn't it?
for her then.
God.
This is a
Hold on,
love like
which one of
pentagon.
you is the mistress? Korak, are
This is
you
the
the
love-
mistress or is Di the mistress?
I don't know at this point, man. When Korak, when Korak was brought up with Sally, she immediately was like trying to tell me like, no, it's not like that, Di. So I feel like he's the mistress.
Chat, press 1 if Di is the mistress. Press 2 if Korak is the mistress.
Anyone that's heard Sally fucking hit on me knows that I am not the mistress.
So 1 if Di is the mistress, 2 if Korak is the mistress.
This is clearly like a love pentagram because this is the work of Satan.
I'm just surprised I'm not involved, to be honest.
You're involved with me, motherfucker. I'm involved with them.
So it's more of a hedge of a single relationship. It's a love hedge. With just interconnections all over the place.
Hedge
The only people on the hedge
bets.
that aren't connected is Di and I, and we've known each other the longest.
Which is hilarious.
You know what? Where I'm just hedge, edge, and I'm getting close.
It's honestly pretty close, but I think the majority is actually, for once, the majority is actually on Di's side and believes that Korak is the mistress and Di is the real wife.
If you heard Sally and how she fucking rizzed me up, you would know damn well that I am not the mistress.
See, now that's surprising.
Dude, like, she made me blush, man. Like, you know, she's charismatic. I couldn't even get mad at her.
Sugar on that meme was great. That's great. That's a good one.
Let me just get that up on stream so I can show you guys. Here you go.
This must
Debated.
stop.
Debated.
Shown to be edited with Korak. Now Archer is my best friend. Yes.
You've been replaced, my friend. I'm sorry. Also, Orbos prevails.
Isn't that kind of copying the whole Cabal prevails expression? I mean, Amuleth has Amuleth ascends. At least it's different.
Orbos ovulates. I don't know.
Okay, that's official now.
Orbos ovulates?
Orbos ovipositions. Orbos with their fucking egg-laying dildos. Yes, that's your new. That's your new. Whenever Orbos is in the lead, I'll set your thing to the fucking egg god.
No!
Make it like the tentacle like emoji or something.
Oh yes, let's make it the tentacles. Let's make it the tentacles.
Di,
Actually,
what do you think of
please.
tentacle porn?
She's so into it. Listen to her enthusiasm. Listen, you can just. She didn't deny it. She's just fucking elated over here. It's the thought of it.
This is this is actually a reference.
It is a reference. I don't know.
I think there's about to be an oasis in the desert.
We are going to. Oh god, we are going to cover the Di tentacle porn story another day, as well as all these other stories we still have yet to cover.
Don't say it like that.
It's a long, deep, dark, and moist tunnel of story, chat. We're going to cover it another day.
You can't hide it anymore. You can't hide.
Oh.
All right, chat. Thank
The
you
new
for joining
Cabal
me.
people were pure before today.
Thank you for joining me. We're going to go for the outro music, and then we're going to go into Pit 1 and chat for a bit. Maybe we'll watch something, but I do need to go to bed soon because I need to get up in... God damn, I need to get up in 6 hours. All right.
Rip.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. I'll see you soon. Enjoy the outro music.